Before we descend into the darkness, I want to ask a favor. If you enjoy this story, please use your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review makes a massive difference. And if you'd like, comment what time it is and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in. And of course, if you enjoy the content, consider subscribing. Now, let's begin.
Water exists in the atmosphere as vapor, invisible to the eye, spread throughout the air in individual molecules that drift and tumble with the currents. This vapor is the beginning of what will eventually become a raindrop, though at this stage it bears no resemblance to the clear bead of liquid we recognize. The molecules are separated from one another, moving independently, each one a tiny combination of two hydrogen atoms bonded to one oxygen atom. They float among nitrogen molecules, oxygen molecules, and all the other components that make up the air we breathe. The vapor itself has no shape, no boundary, no distinct existence apart from the air around it. It simply is there, mixed evenly throughout the space it occupies, waiting. The transformation from vapor to visible drop requires specific conditions, and these conditions develop gradually in the atmosphere. As air rises, whether pushed upward by warming from the sun-heated ground below, or lifted over a mountain range, or nudged along by the meeting of different air masses, it expands. This expansion happens because atmospheric pressure decreases with altitude. Air that was compressed at ground level spreads out as it climbs, and this spreading causes cooling. The relationship is simple and reliable. Expanding air loses temperature. The molecules within the air parcel move more slowly, their kinetic energy decreasing as the parcel grows larger. This cooling is not dramatic or sudden. It happens steadily, predictably, following physical laws that govern gases everywhere. As the air cools, its capacity to hold water vapor diminishes. Warm air can contain more water vapor than cold air, because the faster moving molecules in warm air provide more energy to keep water molecules in their gaseous state. When air cools, this energy decreases, and eventually a threshold is reached. This threshold is called the dew point, the temperature at which air becomes saturated with moisture. At saturation, the air holds as much water vapor as it can manage at that particular temperature. Any additional cooling beyond this point means the vapor must change form. It must condense. But condensation does not happen in perfectly clean air. Water vapor molecules, even when the air is saturated and cold, need something to gather around. They need a surface. In the open atmosphere, these surfaces are provided by tiny particles floating invisibly through the sky. These particles are called condensation nuclei, and they are everywhere. Some are grains of salt lifted from ocean spray, so small that hundreds could fit across the width of a human hair. Others are dust particles carried up from dry soil, bits of clay or sand that have been lofted by wind. Still others are organic molecules released by plants, compounds that drift upward from forests and grasslands. There are even particles from human activity, microscopic bits of sulfate or nitrate from industrial processes, all suspended in the atmosphere and serving as gathering points for water. When a water vapor molecule encounters one of these particles, it can adhere to the surface. The attraction is slight but sufficient. One molecule joins, then another, then several more. The process is called nucleation, and it happens quietly, without announcement. Each tiny particle becomes the seed of a potential raindrop, though at this earlier stage the gathering of water is almost imperceptibly small. The water coating on the particle might be only a few molecules thick, creating a structure that would be invisible even under most microscopes. But it is a beginning. As the cooling air continues to rise and more vapor condenses, these initial water coatings grow, more molecules arrive and stick to the ones already present, building outward in all directions from the central nucleus. The shape that forms is roughly spherical because the surface tension of water pulls the molecules toward each other evenly, creating the most compact arrangement possible. This is the fundamental tendency of liquids, to minimize surface area, to draw inward, to become round. The tiny droplet, still far too small to fall, now exists as a distinct entity. It is no longer just vapor mixed with air. It is liquid water, held together by the weak but persistent attraction between water molecules, the hydrogen bonds that give water its unusual properties. This initial droplet is extraordinarily small. If it could be measured, it might have a diameter of about 10 micrometers, roughly 1/10 the width of a human hair. At this size, it weighs almost nothing. Gravity pulls on it, but the force is negligible compared to the upward motion of the air currents that created the cloud in the first place. The droplet floats, suspended, carried along by the movement of air. It rises with updrafts, drifts sideways with horizontal winds, and remains aloft in the same way that fine dust remains aloft, simply because it is too light to overcome the constant stirring of the atmosphere. Inside the cloud, the droplet is not alone. Millions upon millions of other droplets have formed in the same way, each one nucleated around its own microscopic particle, each one growing as vapor continues to condense in the cooling air. Together, these droplets create the visible structure we recognize as a cloud. The cloud appears white or grey because the droplets scatter sunlight. Light entering the cloud bounces from one droplet to another, reflecting in all directions, and this scattering gives the cloud its opacity and colour. The interior of a cloud is essentially a suspension of liquid droplets in air, a mist dense enough to block our view through it, but still airy enough that nothing feels solid. The droplets within the cloud continue to grow, but growth at this stage is slow. The primary mechanism is continued condensation. As long as the air remains saturated and cool, water vapor molecules continue to transition from gas to liquid, adding themselves to existing droplets. Each droplet grows molecule by molecule, layer by layer, expanding its diameter by fractions of a micrometer at a time. This process alone could eventually create larger droplets, but it would take a very long time. Fortunately, another mechanism accelerates the process: collision and coalescence. As the droplets drift through the cloud, carried by turbulent air currents that swirl and mix the interior of the cloud, they occasionally bump into one another. When two droplets collide, they can merge. The surface tension that holds each droplet together now works to combine them into a single, larger droplet. This merging is called coalescence, and it happens readily because water's surface tension favours fewer, larger drops over many smaller ones. A large drop has less surface area relative to its volume than many small drops, and surface tension always acts to minimise total surface area. So when droplets meet, they stick together, and the cloud gradually shifts from having many tiny droplets to having fewer but larger ones. The efficiency of coalescence depends on the size variation among droplets. If all droplets were exactly the same size and moved at exactly the same speed, they would never catch up to one another to collide. But clouds are not that uniform. Some droplets form slightly earlier or on larger condensation nuclei, giving them a head start. Some encounter regions of the cloud with more vapor, allowing them to grow faster through condensation. These larger droplets fall slightly faster than smaller ones because gravity's pull, though still weak, increases with mass. As a larger droplet descends slowly through the cloud, it sweeps through a path where smaller droplets hang suspended, and collisions become more frequent. Each collision adds mass. An additional mass makes the droplet fall a bit faster, which leads to more collisions, which adds more mass. The process feeds on itself gently, over time measured in minutes to hours. Depending on cloud conditions, some droplets grow large enough to become noticeable by weight. A droplet that began at 10 micrometers might grow to 100 micrometers, then 500, then a millimeter. At 1 millimeter in diameter, the droplet begins to behave differently. It is still small by the standards of raindrops we observe falling from the sky, but it is heavy enough that air currents struggle to keep it aloft. The updrafts within the cloud, which might be moving upward at a speed of 1 or 2 meters per second, can no longer support this larger mass. The balance between upward air motion and downward gravitational pull begins to tip. The droplet does not plummet immediately. Instead, it starts to descend slowly, still within the cloud, still surrounded by moist air and other droplets. As it falls, it continues to grow through coalescence, sweeping up smaller droplets in its path. The journey downward through the interior of the cloud adds more mass with each meter travelled. By the time the droplet reaches the bottom of the cloud, it may have grown to 2 or 3 millimeters in diameter, entering the size range of what can properly be called a raindrop. This size is not arbitrary. Drops much smaller than 1 millimeter typically evaporate before reaching the ground, especially if the air below the cloud is dry. Drops much larger than about 5 millimeters become unstable and break apart due to air resistance during their fall. The typical raindrop occupies a narrow size range where it is both heavy enough to fall and stable enough to remain intact. When the raindrop finally emerges from the bottom of the cloud and enters the open air beneath, its descent continues. But now the conditions are different. The air below the cloud is often less saturated than the air within it, meaning the raindrop enters an environment where evaporation can occur. Molecules at the surface of the raindrop, energized by the warmth of the surrounding air, can break free from the liquid and become vapor again. This evaporation removes mass from the raindrop, working against the growth it achieved in the cloud. If the air is very dry, a small raindrop may evaporate entirely before reaching the ground, vanishing back into invisible vapor. This is why some clouds produce visible streaks of falling rain that never reach the surface, a phenomenon called virga. But if the raindrop is large enough and the air moist enough, evaporation remains minor and the descent continues all the way to the ground. The shape of a falling raindrop is not the teardrop silhouette often depicted in drawings and icons. A small raindrop, less than a millimeter across, holds a nearly perfect sphere, maintained by surface tension, pulling evenly inward from all sides. But as raindrops grow larger, air resistance begins to alter their shape. Air flowing around the falling drop creates higher pressure on the bottom face and lower pressure on the top. This pressure difference causes the bottom to flatten while the top remains rounded, giving larger raindrops a shape more like a hamburger bun or a slightly squashed sphere. The rounded top leads, cutting through the air, while the flattened bottom trails behind. Drops near the maximum stable size, around 4 or 5 millimeters, show this flattening clearly. If a drop grows larger still, the flattening becomes so extreme that the drop becomes unstable. Air flowing around it creates a depression in the center of the flattened base, and eventually the drop breaks apart into smaller fragments, each of which then falls as an independent raindrop. The speed at which a raindrop falls depends on its size. Small drizzle drops, less than 0.5 millimeter in diameter, descend at about 2 meters per second, roughly the speed of a leisurely walk. Medium-sized raindrops, around 2 millimeters across, fall at about 6 meters per second, closer to the speed of a bicycle moving downhill. Large raindrops, near the 4 or 5 millimeter range, reach terminal velocities of around 9 meters per second, comparable to a car moving through a residential neighborhood. These speeds represent a balance. Gravity pulls the drop downward, accelerating it, while air resistance pushes upward, slowing it down. Eventually, the two forces equalize, and the drop falls at a constant speed called terminal velocity. This balance means that a raindrop does not continuously accelerate as it falls from high clouds. Even drops falling from clouds several kilometers above the ground reach their terminal velocity within the first few hundred meters and maintain that speed the rest of the way down. The journey from cloud to ground can take varying amounts of time depending on cloud height and drop size. A small drop falling from a low cloud might reach the ground in under a minute. a larger drop falling from a tall cumulonimbus cloud, the kind that towers several kilometers into the atmosphere, might take 5 or 10 minutes to complete its descent. During this time, the drop passes through layers of air with different temperatures, different humidities, and different wind patterns. It might fall through warm air near the ground, then cooler air at mid-levels, then warmer air again closer to the surface. It might encounter horizontal winds that push it sideways, carrying it kilometers away from the point where it first left the cloud. The path of an individual raindrop is not a simple vertical line, but a slanted, wandering trajectory shaped by the motion of the atmosphere through which it falls. When the raindrop finally arrives at the surface, its destination determines the next phase of its journey. The ground is not uniform. It is a patchwork of different materials and structures, each of which interacts with water in distinct ways. The possibilities are numerous, and tracing them helps illustrate the many pathways water can take after falling from the sky. One possibility is that the raindrop lands on a leaf. Plant leaves are common landing sites, especially in vegetated areas. The surface of a leaf is not smooth at the microscopic level. It is covered with a waxy coating called the cuticle, which makes the leaf water repellent to some degree. This coating evolved to prevent water loss from the plant's interior, but it also affects how raindrops behave when they land. When the drop strikes the leaf, it does not immediately soak in. Instead, it spreads out slightly on impact, flattening into a thin disc due to its momentum. Then, surface tension pulls the water back together, and the drop reforms into a rounded bead sitting atop the leaf surface. The waxy cuticle prevents the water from wetting the leaf completely, so the drop maintains a distinct shape, rather than forming a thin film. The drop may remain on the leaf for some time, held in place by its own cohesion and by slight adhesion to the leaf surface. If the leaf is horizontal, the drop might settle into a stable position and stay there until evaporation removes it. If the leaf is angled, gravity pulls the drop toward the leaf's edge. The drop slides slowly, its movement resisted by the friction between water and leaf. When it reaches the edge, it clings for a moment, forming a hanging bead that appears to defy gravity. But as more water arrives, either from additional raindrops or from the merging of multiple beads along the edge, the growing mass eventually overcomes the adhesive force holding it to the leaf. The drop releases, falling downward to the next surface below, which might be another leaf, a stem, or the ground itself. If the drop lands on another leaf, the process repeats. The raindrop becomes a traveller descending through the layers of a plant's canopy, moving from one leaf to the next in a series of small falls and pauses. This journey can take much longer than the original fall from the cloud. A drop that reaches the forest floor might have spent several minutes navigating through leaves and branches, its descent slowed and redirected multiple times. Along the way, some water may evaporate, especially if the air within the canopy is warm or breezy. The drop that eventually reaches the soil might be smaller than the one that first struck the topmost leaf. Another possible landing site is soil. Soil is not a single substance, but a mixture of mineral particles, organic matter, air spaces, and often living organisms. The gaps between soil particles create a network of pores, tiny openings that allow water to infiltrate into the ground rather than pooling on the surface. When a raindrop lands on bare soil, it can be absorbed almost immediately if the soil is dry. Dry soil has a strong affinity for water. The particles, especially clay and organic matter, are somewhat hydrophilic, meaning they attract water molecules. The pores, emptied of moisture, create capillary spaces that draw water inward through a combination of adhesive forces between water and soil particles and cohesive forces among water molecules. The water entering the soil does not move as a distinct drop anymore. It disperses into the pore network, spreading in multiple directions, filling the smallest openings first. The process is called infiltration, and its speed depends on soil properties. Sandy soil with large particles and large pores allows water to infiltrate rapidly. A raindrop landing on sand might disappear into the ground within seconds. Clay soil, with much smaller particles and smaller pores, infiltrates water more slowly. The water fills the tiny spaces gradually, and if rain continues, the soil surface can become saturated before all the water has had a chance to infiltrate. Loam, a mixture of sand, silt and clay, offers a middle ground, infiltrating at a moderate rate and providing good conditions for plant growth. Once below the surface, the water continues to move downward through the soil profile, pulled by gravity and drawn by the dryness of deeper layers. This movement, called percolation, is slower than infiltration. Water might take hours or days to move through the top meter of soil, depending on soil type and moisture content. Along the way, some water is absorbed by plant roots. Roots create their own network within the soil, branching and extending into pore spaces in search of moisture and nutrients. When root surfaces contact water in the soil, they absorb it through specialized cells, pulling the water into the plant's vascular system. This absorption is driven by transpiration, the process by which plants release water vapor from their leaves. As water evaporates from leaf surfaces through tiny openings called stomata, it creates a negative pressure within the plant's tissues, a pull that draws water upward from the roots. The continuous column of water within the plant, held together by cohesion, transmits this pull all the way down to the roots, and water from the soil is drawn in to replace what was lost above. A raindrop absorbed by roots becomes part of the plant's internal flow, travelling upward through xylem tissues, contributing to the turgor pressure that keeps stems upright and leaves extended, participating in photosynthesis, and eventually being released back to the atmosphere as vapour. The time water spends within a plant varies. In a small herbaceous plant, on a hot day, water might pass through in a matter of hours. In a large tree, water might reside in the wood for days or weeks, especially in the outer sapwood where active transport occurs. But eventually, almost all the water absorbed by plants returns to the air. Only a tiny fraction is incorporated permanently into the plant's structure through photosynthesis, where water molecules are split to provide hydrogen for building sugars. Not all rainwater that enters soil is absorbed by roots. Much of it continues to percolate deeper, beyond the reach of most roots, into the subsoil, and eventually into groundwater. Groundwater is water that fills the pore spaces in rock and sediment deep underground. It accumulates in formations called aquifers, layers of permeable material that can store and transmit water. The journey from the soil surface to groundwater can take years or even decades as water moves slowly through fine sediments and fractured rock. Once it reaches the saturated zone, where all pores are filled with water, it becomes part of a slow-moving underground reservoir. Groundwater flows, but at rates measured in meters per year rather than meters per second. It follows the slope of the underlying bedrock and the arrangement of permeable layers, eventually emerging at the surface in springs, seeps, or as base flow into rivers and lakes. A third landing possibility for a raindrop is an impervious surface such as a rooftop, pavement, or rock. These surfaces do not absorb water. Instead, water must flow across them, guided by gravity and the surface's shape. On a slanted roof, a raindrop lands and immediately begins to slide downward along the slope. Other drops land nearby and they merge into thin films of water that grow thicker as more rain accumulates. The film flows toward the roof's edge, following the path of least resistance, gathering into small rivulets where the surface has slight irregularities or seams. At the edge, the water either drips off in individual drops or flows into a gutter, a channel designed to collect and direct the runoff. Gutters channel water toward downspouts, which carry it to the ground or into stormwater systems. The speed of flow on a roof or pavement is much faster than flow through soil. Water on an impervious surface can reach the ground or a drainage system within seconds to minutes. This rapid movement is why urban areas with extensive paved surfaces experience different hydrological patterns than natural landscapes. Water that would have infiltrated slowly into soil instead runs off quickly, creating higher peak, flows in streams and rivers during rainstorms. The water itself is the same, but its pathway has changed, and that change affects everything downstream. On pavement, the process is similar. A raindrop strikes the hard surface and spreads slightly, then joins other drops to form a thin sheet of water. The sheet flows across the pavement, following the slope, accumulating in low spots or flowing toward curbs and drains. Street curbs guide the flow into gutters that run along the roadside, and these gutters lead to storm drains, openings that channel runoff into underground pipes. These pipes carry the water away from streets and buildings, usually directing it towards streams or retention ponds. The journey from pavement to stream can be remarkably quick, sometimes just minutes, compared to the days or weeks it might take water to move through natural soil and groundwater systems. A fourth possibility is that the raindrop lands directly on a body of water, such as a river, lake, pond, or ocean. When a drop falls into a lake, it merges instantly with the surface water, losing its identity as a separate entity. The impact creates a tiny splash, a momentary disturbance where the drop's kinetic energy is transferred to the surrounding water, forming a small crater that rebounds and sends out ripples. The ripples spread outward in concentric circles, carrying the energy away from the impact point until it dissipates through friction and viscosity. Within a fraction of a second, the water surface returns to calm, and the molecules that made up the raindrop are now indistinguishable from the millions of litres of water in the lake. Once in the lake, the water that was a raindrop becomes part of the lake's circulation patterns. Lakes are not static bodies of water. They have currents driven by wind, temperature differences, and inflows and outflows. Surface water might be pushed by wind toward one shore, where it piles up slightly before flowing back as a subsurface current. Warm water floats atop cooler water, creating stratification, especially in summer. In some lakes, turnover occurs seasonally when surface water cools in autumn, becomes denser, and sinks, mixing the entire water column. The molecules from the raindrop could drift near the surface for days, be carried into deeper water by a sinking current, or flow out of the lake through an outlet stream within hours. There is no single timeline or path. The lake is a mixing zone, and water within it moves in complex overlapping patterns. If the raindrop lands in a river, its journey continues almost immediately. Rivers are flowing systems where water moves consistently in one direction, downstream toward the sea. The speed of flow varies widely. A mountain stream might rush over rocks at several meters per second, while a wide, slow river, meandering through a plain, might flow at only a few centimeters per second. The raindrop, now part of the river, is carried along by the current. It does not travel in a straight line. Turbulence within the river causes water to mix vertically and horizontally. The molecule might be near the surface at one moment, then caught in an eddy and pulled downward, then lifted again by upwelling currents near an obstruction like a boulder or a submerged log. The river itself is a constantly changing environment. In narrow sections, the water accelerates, flowing faster as it is squeezed through a smaller cross-section. In wide, shallow sections, the flow slows, and sediment carried by the water may settle to the riverbed. Curves in the river create asymmetrical flow patterns. Water on the outside of a curve moves faster and erodes the bank, while water on the inside moves slower and deposits sediment, gradually shifting the river's course over time. A raindrop entering a river becomes part of this dynamic system, its movement dictated by forces far larger than itself. The journey downstream continues until the river reaches its terminus, usually the ocean. In coastal areas, rivers flow into estuaries, zones where fresh water mixes with salt water. the mixing is gradual, with fresher water tending to float atop denser saltwater, creating layers of different salinity. Tides push saltwater upstream and pull freshwater downstream in a rhythmic cycle. The water that once fell as rain becomes part of this estuarine mixing zone before eventually dispersing into the open ocean. In the ocean, the water is incorporated into the largest reservoir on Earth. Oceans contain roughly 97% of all the water on the planet. The raindrops molecules join countless others in a vast moving system of currents, waves and tides. Surface currents driven by wind move water horizontally across thousands of kilometers. Deep currents driven by density differences caused by temperature and salinity variations circulate water through the ocean basins in a global conveyor belt that takes centuries to complete one circuit. The molecules might remain near the surface, warmed by sunlight and stirred by storms, or they might sink into the cold depths where temperatures hover just above freezing and pressure is immense, regardless of where the raindrop ends up after landing. Whether in soil, a lake, a river, or the ocean, the next major transformation is always the same: evaporation. Water returns to the atmosphere as vapor, and the cycle begins anew. Evaporation is the reverse of condensation. While condensation requires cooling to slow water molecules enough that they can stick together, evaporation requires energy to speed molecules up enough that they can break free from the liquid and become gas. The energy for evaporation comes primarily from the sun. Sunlight striking the Earth's surface warms soil, vegetation, pavement, and water. This warmth is transferred to water molecules, increasing their kinetic energy. At the surface of any body of water, or within the top layers of soil, some molecules are always moving fast, enough to escape into the air. They break the hydrogen bonds that connect them to neighbouring molecules and leap into the atmosphere as individual vapour molecules. This process happens constantly, even when the air feels cool. Evaporation occurs at all temperatures above the freezing point of water, though it accelerates with warmth. The rate of evaporation depends on several factors. Temperature is one, as mentioned. Warmer water and warmer air both promote faster evaporation. Humidity is another. If the air is already saturated with moisture, it cannot accept much more vapour, and evaporation slows. Dry air, by contrast, has a large capacity for additional vapour, and evaporation proceeds quickly. Wind also matters. Moving air carries away water vapour that has just evaporated, preventing the air directly above the water surface from becoming saturated. This constant removal of vapour maintains a steep concentration gradient between the liquid and the air, encouraging more molecules to evaporate. Still air allows vapour to accumulate near the surface, reducing the gradient and slowing evaporation. Evaporation from soil is a bit different from evaporation from open water because the water is held within pores and may be covered by a layer of dry soil particles or vegetation. Water in the top few centimetres of soil evaporates relatively quickly, especially if the soil is exposed to sunlight and wind. But as the surface dries, the water must move upward from deeper layers to replace what was lost. This upward movement, driven by capillary action, slows as the soil dries further, and eventually evaporation from the soil's surface decreases significantly. In contrast, evaporation from a lake or ocean continues as long as there is liquid water at the surface. Transpiration from plants adds another pathway for water to return to the atmosphere. As mentioned earlier, plants absorb water through their roots and release it through stomata in their leaves. The stomata are small, pores that open and close to regulate gas exchange. During the day, when photosynthesis occurs, stomata open to allow carbon dioxide to enter the leaf. This opening also allows water vapour to escape. The water vapour comes from the moist interior of the leaf, and its release is a natural byproduct of the plant's need to access atmospheric carbon dioxide. Transpiration rates are highest on warm, sunny, breezy days when conditions favour evaporation. On such days, a large tree might release hundreds of litres of water into the atmosphere. The combined process of evaporation from soil and water surfaces and transpiration from plants is often referred to as evapotranspiration. This combined term acknowledges that both processes return water to the atmosphere and that they often occur simultaneously in vegetated areas. Evapotranspiration rates vary by location and season. Tropical rainforests have high evapotranspiration because temperatures are warm year-round and vegetation is dense. Deserts have low evapotranspiration because water is scarce, limiting both evaporation and plant activity. Temperate regions show seasonal variation, with high evapotranspiration in summer, when plants are actively growing, and low rates in winter, when plants are dormant and temperatures are cool. Once water vapour enters the atmosphere through evaporation or transpiration, it begins to rise. The upward movement is driven by several mechanisms. In many cases, the vapour is carried by air that has been warmed by contact with the sun-heated ground. Warm air is less dense than cool air, so it rises in a process called convection. As the warm air parcel ascends, it carries with it the water vapour it contains. In other cases, large-scale atmospheric circulation patterns lift air. For example, in the tropics, the Hadley circulation creates rising air near the equator. This air, laden with moisture evaporated from the warm, tropical oceans, rises to great heights, cools and produces the heavy rainfall characteristic of equatorial regions. In mid-latitudes, frontal systems lift air. When a warm air mass meets a cold air mass, the lighter warm air is forced to rise over the denser cold air, and this lifting can produce clouds and precipitation. As the vapour-laden air rises, it cools, just as it did before, when the raindrop was forming. The cooling follows the same adiabatic process, and eventually the air reaches its dew point and becomes saturated. Condensation begins again. Vapour turns back into liquid droplets around condensation nuclei, and clouds form. The cycle has returned to its starting point. The water that fell as rain, travelled through soil or across surfaces, evaporated back into vapour, has now condensed again into cloud droplets, ready to grow and eventually fall once more. This cycle, known as the water cycle or hydrological cycle, operates continuously all over the planet. At any given moment, water is evaporating from oceans, lakes, rivers, and soil, rising into the atmosphere, condensing into clouds, falling as precipitation, and flowing back toward the oceans. The cycle has no true beginning or end. It is a loop, endlessly repeating, moving water through different forms and different locations, but always conserving the total amount. The water on Earth today is the same water that existed millions of years ago, cycled and recycled through countless iterations. The timescales within the water cycle vary enormously, depending on where water resides. Water in the atmosphere, existing as vapour or cloud droplets, has the shortest residence time, averaging about 9 days. This means that if you could label a water molecule and release it into the atmosphere, on average it would fall back to the surface as precipitation within about 9 days. Some molecules might remain aloft for only a few hours before being incorporated into a raindrop and falling, while others might drift for weeks in dry, stable air masses before condensing and precipitating. But the average is roughly 9 days. Water on the land surface has more variable residence times. Water in rivers moves relatively quickly. A molecule entering a river might reach the ocean in days to weeks, depending on the river's length and flow speed. Water in lakes can reside for years or even decades if the lake is large and has slow inflow and outflow. The Great Lakes in North America, for instance, have residence times measured in decades to centuries because of their enormous volumes relative to their inflow and outflow rates. Water in soil and shallow groundwater might remain for months to years, while water in deep aquifers can reside for thousands of years, moving so slowly through rock that it becomes functionally isolated from the active surface cycle. Water in glaciers and ice sheets can be locked away for tens of thousands of years or more. Ice cores drilled from the Antarctic ice sheet contain water that fell as snow hundreds of thousands of years ago and has remained frozen ever since. Only if the glacier melts or if the ice flows to the edge and carves into the ocean does this ancient water rejoin the active cycle. And of course, the largest reservoir, the ocean, has an average residence time of about 3,000 years. This does not mean that every molecule stays in the ocean for 3,000 years, but rather that if you could mix the ocean thoroughly and then calculate how long it would take to replace all its water through evaporation and inflow from rivers, the answer would be approximately 3 millennia. These varying residence times reflect the fact that the water cycle is not uniform. Water does not move through all reservoirs at the same rate. Instead, it follows pathways determined by energy inputs, gravity, and the physical properties of the materials it encounters. The energy driving the cycle comes primarily from the sun. Solar energy evaporates water from the oceans, lifting it into the atmosphere against gravity. Solar energy also drives atmospheric circulation, creating the winds and weather patterns that distribute moisture around the planet. Gravity brings water back down from the atmosphere and pulls it across and through the land toward the oceans. The interplay of these two forces, solar energy and gravity, keeps the cycle in motion. The water cycle is also intimately connected to other Earth systems. It plays a central role in climate, for instance. Water vapor is a greenhouse gas, absorbing and re-emitting thermal radiation and helping to keep the planet warmer than it would be otherwise. Clouds made of water droplets or ice crystals both reflect incoming sunlight back to space and trap outgoing thermal radiation from the surface, creating competing effects on temperature. The balance between these effects depends on cloud altitude, thickness, and type, and remains one of the more uncertain aspects of climate modelling. The water cycle is essential to life. Terrestrial ecosystems depend on precipitation to supply the water plants need for photosynthesis and growth. Animals depend on surface water and the water stored in plants and soil. Even aquatic ecosystems are affected by the cycle because rivers and lakes are replenished by precipitation and groundwater, and their water levels, temperatures, and chemical properties are all linked to how much rain falls and how it moves through the landscape. Human societies have built themselves around the water cycle. Agriculture relies on rainfall or irrigation drawn from rivers and groundwater. Cities are sited near rivers and lakes to ensure water supply. Dams are built to store water during wet periods for use during dry periods, altering the natural timing of flow downstream. Wells tap into groundwater, extracting water that may have infiltrated decades or centuries ago. These interventions affect the cycle's local operation. They don't stop the cycle, but they change the pathways and residence times, sometimes with unintended consequences. Over-extraction of groundwater, for example, can lower water tables and reduce the base flow to rivers and wetlands, drying out ecosystems that depend on steady water availability. Climate change is also altering the water cycle. Warmer temperatures increase evaporation rates, putting more water vapour into the atmosphere. This can intensify the cycle, leading to heavier rainfall events in some areas, because a warmer atmosphere can hold more moisture. At the same time, warmer temperatures and changes in precipitation patterns can lead to more intense droughts in other regions, as dry areas receive less rain and lose more water to evaporation. Glaciers and snowpacks are shrinking in many places, reducing the seasonal storage of water that historically fed rivers during dry months. These changes ripple through ecosystems and human systems, requiring adaptation. But even with these changes, the fundamental nature of the water cycle remains. Water evaporates, water condenses, water falls, water flows. The cycle is resilient because it is driven by basic physical processes that respond to the planet's energy balance and gravitational field. As long as the sun shines and the earth has liquid water, the cycle will continue. Understanding the water cycle helps frame the journey of a single raindrop in context. That raindrop is not an isolated event, but a participant in a planetary system. Its beginning in a cloud, its fall, its time on or in the land, and its return to the atmosphere are all parts of a much larger pattern. The raindrop's individual path is unique, shaped by where it forms, where it falls, and what it encounters. But the overall process it follows is universal, repeated countless times, every second, all over the world. There is something calming in recognizing this continuity. The raindrop does not disappear when it lands. It does not end when it evaporates. It transforms, it moves, it joins other water, and it continues. The cycle itself is a kind of permanence, not of fixed objects, but of continuous motion and transformation. Water persists not by staying the same, but by constantly changing form and location, by flowing and cycling without pause. For those lying in bed listening to rain sounds and following the journey of a raindrop in their mind, this idea of continuity and transformation can serve as a gentle metaphor. Thoughts and feelings also move through cycles. They gather like vapor, coalesce into something more tangible, feel heavy, fall, settle, and eventually dissipate. The cycle does not require intervention or control. It simply happens naturally as a consequence of conditions. Just as a raindrop does not choose to evaporate or to fall, thoughts and worries do not need to be forcibly pushed away. They can be allowed to follow their own course, trusting in the process of change and release. The rhythm of the water cycle can mirror the rhythm of breath. Inhalation draws air in, like water vapor gathering. Exhalation releases it, like evaporation returning moisture to the air. Each breath is a small cycle, complete in itself, part of a larger pattern of breathing that continues as long as life continues. Focusing on breath while thinking of the raindrop's journey creates a parallel. The raindrop rises and falls, gathers and disperses. Breath flows in and out. Both processes are effortless when left to operate naturally. The idea that nothing is permanent but everything persists in transformation is particularly soothing at night. Sleep itself is a transformation. The waking mind, busy with thoughts and plans and sensory input, quiets and shifts into a different state. That state is not an ending but a continuation, a necessary part of the cycle of wakefulness and rest. Just as water does not disappear when it evaporates, the self does not disappear when it sleeps. It simply changes form, entering a restorative phase before waking again. Rain sounds, often used to aid sleep, are themselves a product of countless tiny impacts. Each raindrop hitting a surface creates a sound, and millions of raindrops create the soft, steady noise that many find soothing. That sound is evidence of the cycle in action. Every patter is a raindrop, completing its fall, arriving at the surface, beginning the next phase of its journey. The randomness of the timing, the irregular rhythm that prevents the sound from becoming monotonous, reflects the randomness in cloud droplet sizes, fall speeds, and landing locations. Yet despite the randomness, the overall effect is uniform and constant. The individual drops are unpredictable, but the collective pattern is reliable. There is no need to track every drop or to understand every detail of its path. The water cycle, like sleep, happens on its own. Lying quietly, breathing slowly, and letting thoughts drift like vapor or settle like raindrops allows the mind to relax into its own natural rhythm. The imagery of the raindrop, from cloud to ground to vapor again, provides a gentle focus that does not demand active engagement, but simply offers a soothing narrative to follow until the need to follow it fades. The journey of a raindrop is ultimately a story of movement and patience. Water moves slowly through soil, quickly through rivers, invisibly through the air as vapor. It does not rush toward a destination, but simply responds to the conditions around it. When conditions allow it to fall, it falls. When conditions allow it to flow, it flows. When conditions allow it to evaporate, it evaporates. There is no resistance, no hurry, no attempt to be anything other than what it is in that moment. Humans can learn from this. Resisting the need for sleep is like resisting gravity's pull on a raindrop. It creates tension without changing the outcome. Sleep will come, just as the raindrop will fall. Thoughts will settle and disperse, just as water infiltrates and evaporates. Allowing these processes to occur naturally, without forcing or fighting, creates ease. And ease, more than anything, is what bedtime requires. So the raindrop's journey can serve as a template for the journey into sleep. Begin with gathering, the slow accumulation of drowsiness. Then the release, the moment of letting go into unconsciousness. Then the descent into deeper sleep stages, the settling into rest. And eventually, the lightening toward morning, the gradual return to wakefulness. Like water evaporating and rising back to the sky, the cycle completes and a new day begins, just as a new raindrop forms in a cloud somewhere above. Water is patient. It waits in clouds until gravity calls it down. It waits in soil until warmth calls it up. It waits in oceans until the sun's energy lifts it skyward. It does not resist the waiting, and it does not resist the moving. It simply exists in the state that conditions allow, and it transitions smoothly when conditions change. This patience is built into the physics of water, into the hydrogen bonds that hold molecules together just strongly enough to create liquid, but not so strongly that transformation is prevented. In learning about the raindrop's journey, there is no final test, no need to remember every detail. The purpose is not to master information, but to provide a gentle, continuous stream of ideas that occupy the mind just enough to prevent anxious thoughts from taking hold, but not so much that alertness is required. The facts about condensation, terminal velocity, infiltration, and evaporation are real and accurate, but their value here is not in being memorized. Their value is in their steady, quiet unfolding, in the way they describe a process that is neither dramatic nor urgent, a process that has been happening for billions of years and will continue long after this particular night has passed. The raindrop that formed this afternoon in a cloud above a forest may already be deep in the soil, drawn into a tree's roots, on its way to becoming part of a leaf that will release it tomorrow as vapour during transpiration. Or it may be flowing down a stream, tumbling over rocks, heading toward a river, and then the sea. Or it may have landed on a roof, run into a gutter, flowed through storm drains, and reached a retention pond where it will sit until the sun warms it and it evaporates. Or it may have landed on a dry field and been absorbed so quickly that it never had a chance to flow anywhere, and now it rests in the soil pores, held by capillary forces, waiting for a root to find it, or for enough warmth to draw it back upward and out into the air. All of these paths are valid. None is better or worse. The raindrop does not prefer one destination over another. It goes where conditions take it, and in going, it fulfills its role in the cycle. The cycle needs water to fall so the land can be replenished. It needs water to infiltrate, so aquifers can be recharged. It needs water to flow in rivers, so nutrients can be transported and ecosystems sustained. It needs water to evaporate, so the atmosphere can carry moisture to new locations. Every pathway serves a purpose, and the raindrop participates without intention or awareness, simply by being water and following the laws of physics. This absence of intention can be oddly comforting. The raindrop does not worry about where it will land or what will happen to it. It does not plan or strategize. It falls because it is heavy. It flows because the ground is sloped. It evaporates because the air is warm. Each action is a response to immediate conditions, not a step in a grand plan. And yet, despite this lack of intention, the outcome is functional and beautiful. The water cycle works, ecosystems thrive, landscapes are shaped, and life persists. There is a lesson in letting go of the need for every moment to be intentional or purposeful. Sleep does not require a purpose beyond rest. Rest does not require justification. The body and mind know when they need to stop, just as water knows when to fall. Trusting that knowledge, allowing the natural processes to proceed, removes the burden of control. Lying in bed does not have to be an active effort to fall asleep. It can be a passive allowing of sleep to arrive when it is ready. Just as a raindrop does not effort its way to the ground, but simply releases and descends. The sounds of rain, if they are playing in the background, create a consistent auditory environment that masks sudden noises and provides a predictable pattern for the mind to rest against. The individual drops are random, but the overall sound is constant. This paradox mirrors much of the natural world, where chaos at the small scale creates order at the large scale. Each raindrop's path is chaotic, influenced by turbulence, wind, and chance collisions. But the overall flow of water through the cycle is orderly, driven by reliable gradients in temperature, pressure, and elevation. The randomness and the order coexist, and both are necessary. Thinking about the raindrop also invites a sense of scale. A single raindrop is tiny, nearly weightless, easily overlooked. Yet aggregated raindrops shape mountains by eroding rock, carve valleys by cutting through soil, fill lakes and rivers, and sustain every terrestrial ecosystem. The small and the large are connected. The individual drop matters because it contributes to the collective. But it also does not matter because it is replaceable, part of a vast and continuous flow. This dual perspective, valuing the individual while recognizing its place in the whole, is a balanced way to think about many things, including oneself. A single thought at a single worry, a single moment of discomfort is like a raindrop. It is real, it is present, it has substance, but it is also part of a flow, one element in a continuous stream of mental activity. It will arrive, it will persist for a time, and it will pass. New thoughts will form, just as new raindrops form. Old thoughts will fade, just as raindrops evaporate. The process is natural and does not require intervention. Observing it without trying to control it can create a sense of detachment that is conducive to rest. The water cycle is also a reminder of interconnection. The rain that falls in one place may have evaporated from the ocean, hundreds or thousands of kilometers away. A cloud forming over a forest may carry moisture that transpired from trees days earlier and many kilometers distant. A river flowing through a city may contain water that fell as snow in the mountains months ago. Everything is linked through the movement of water. No place is isolated. No raindrop is truly separate from the others. They are all part of the same global system, moving through it at different speeds and through different pathways, but always part of the whole. This interconnection extends to life. The water in the human body was once rain, and it will be rain again. The water drunk this morning may have fallen from the sky last week or last year, filtered through soil, and pumped from a well or drawn from a reservoir. It enters the body, participates in cellular processes, and is eventually excreted or exhaled, returning to the environment where it will evaporate or flow and eventually cycle back to the atmosphere. Humans are not separate from the water cycle. They are embedded in it, reliant on it, and contributing to it with every breath and every sip. Recognizing this interconnection can foster a sense of belonging. The world is not a collection of separate objects, but a network of processes and flows. The raindrop, the river, the ocean, the vapor, the cloud, the person lying in bed breathing slowly. All are participants in overlapping cycles. The boundaries between self and environment are not as sharp as they seem. Water moves between them continuously, carrying molecules, energy, and information. The rain outside is not other. It is part of the same planetary system that includes the water in the body, the air in the lungs, the moisture in the soil of the potted plant on the windowsill. This perspective, when held lightly, can dissolve some of the mental separation that creates tension. There is no need to defend boundaries rigidly or to maintain strict control over what is inside and what is outside. The raindrop teaches permeability. It enters the ground, it leaves the ground, it joins the river, it leaves the river. Boundaries are crossed constantly, and the crossing is not a violation, but a natural function. In the same way, thoughts and feelings can be allowed to cross the boundary between conscious and unconscious, between wakefulness and sleep, without needing to guard or manage that transition. The physics of the raindrop is simple in principle, but complex in detail. Surface tension, air resistance, condensation, evaporation, gravity, capillarity, viscosity, all are phenomena that have been studied extensively and are well understood. Yet a full simulation of a single raindrop's entire journey, from vapor molecule to cloud droplet, to falling raindrop, to soil infiltration, to root uptake, to transpiration, to vapor again, would require enormous computational power because of the number of variables and the range of scales involved. Scientists can model parts of the cycle with high accuracy, but the whole cycle, in all its detail, remains too complex to capture fully. This gap between understanding the principles and predicting every detail is common in science, and it is not a failure. It is simply a recognition that complexity exists at multiple levels. The general patterns are clear and reliable. Water will evaporate when warmed, condense when cooled, fall when heavy, and flow downhill. These patterns allow predictions and management of water resources, but the exact path of a specific raindrop, the precise moment it falls, the particular soil pore it enters, these details are beyond prediction and also beyond necessity. The system works without needing to track every molecule. This is analogous to sleep. The general pattern is clear. Lie down, relax, let go, and sleep will come. The stages of sleep will cycle, the body will rest, the mind will process the day's experiences, and morning will arrive with renewed energy. The exact details of when sleep begins, which neural pathways activate first, how dreams form, are complex and not fully understood. But the system works. Sleep happens. Trusting the process rather than trying to control every aspect is more effective. The raindrop story is not one of triumph or struggle. It is not about overcoming obstacles or achieving goals. It is a story of transformation and flow, of responding to conditions, of participating in a cycle that is larger and older than any individual element within it. This quality makes it particularly suited to bedtime. The mind preparing for sleep does not need excitement or conflict. It needs calmness, continuity, and the reassurance that processes will unfold as they should. Imagining the raindrop's journey can be done with eyes closed, in darkness, with the body still. There is no need to visualize precisely. The details can be vague and impressionistic. A sense of upward rising as vapor, a sense of gathering in a cloud, a sense of falling, a sense of landing, a sense of dispersing. The images do not have to be vivid or accurate. They are simply anchors for attention, gentle points to focus on as the mind drifts towards sleep. If the images fade, if attention wanders, if sleep begins to arrive, there is no need to pull back. The raindrop's journey will continue, whether it is being thought about or not. The cycle does not depend on observation. The water cycle has been operating for as long as Earth has had liquid water, which is most of the planet's history. Early Earth, over 4 billion years ago, was hot and volatile, but as it cooled, water vapour in the atmosphere condensed and fell as rain. filling the ocean basins. That ancient rain was chemically similar to today's rain, though the atmosphere was different and the surface was barren of life. Since then, water has been cycling continuously, evaporating, condensing, falling, flowing, and evaporating again, billions upon billions of times. Life emerged in that water, evolved within it, and eventually colonized the land while still depending on the cycle for survival. The oxygen in the atmosphere, which makes up 21% of the air and is essential for most complex life, was produced by photosynthetic organisms that relied on water. The carbon dioxide that plants absorb and use to build their tissues is carried into leaves by water. The nutrients that ecosystems depend on are transported by water flowing through soil and streams. The climate that makes the planet habitable is regulated by water in all its forms. The cycle is not a backdrop to life, it is integral to it. Knowing this, feeling connected to this ancient and ongoing process can provide a sense of stability and perspective. The challenges and worries of the day are real and significant on a personal level, but they are also small and temporary on a planetary and temporal scale. The water cycle continues regardless, indifferent but also reliable. Rain will fall again, rivers will flow, plants will grow, the sun will rise and warm the land, and water will evaporate and begin the cycle anew. This continuity is grounding. The raindrop in its quiet, unremarkable journey embodies impermanence and continuity simultaneously. It is impermanent as a distinct drop, existing as such for only a short time before merging, infiltrating, or evaporating. But it is continuous as water, persisting through transformations, always present in some form. This balance between impermanence and continuity is a fundamental feature of the natural world, and it applies to human experience as well. Moments pass, moods shift, thoughts arise and fade, but the underlying flow of life continues, steady and resilient. As the narration of the raindrop's journey continues, the tone remains soft and the pace unhurried. There is no building toward a climax, no tension to resolve. The story is circular and the circle is complete. From vapor to drop, to land to vapor again, the cycle closes and opens simultaneously. The ending is also a beginning, which means there is no true ending. This suits the purpose. A bedtime story should not end abruptly with resolution and finality, leaving the listener alert and wondering what comes next. It should trail off gently, suggesting continuity, allowing the listener to drift away without needing to know where the story goes next, because the story goes everywhere and nowhere, always cycling, always present. The sound of rain, whether real or recorded, serves as a perfect accompaniment. It is the physical manifestation of the process being described, the audible evidence of countless tiny impacts as raindrops complete their fall. Each sound is a raindrop's arrival, and together they create a wash of noise that is both repetitive and varied, soothing in its constancy, but never monotonous because the pattern is random. The sound can be a focus or a background, depending on what the mind needs. If thoughts intrude, focusing on the rain sounds can redirect attention. If drowsiness deepens, the sounds blend into the background, a soft boundary between wakefulness and sleep. The raindrop's journey is both specific and universal. The drop that fell on a leaf in a forest is different from the drop that fell on pavement in a city, but both followed the same physical laws, both participated in the same cycle, both transformed and moved and will transform again. The specifics vary, but the process is the same. This universality is comforting. No matter where a raindrop lands, it is part of the cycle. No matter what path it follows, it is doing what water does. There is no wrong path, no failure, no mistake. There is only movement and transformation, guided by simple, reliable forces. Sleep, too, is guided by simple, reliable processes. The body accumulates fatigue during waking hours, building up sleep pressure. The circadian rhythm signals when it is time to rest. Hormones shift, brain activity changes, and sleep becomes increasingly likely. Fighting these processes is difficult and counterproductive. Allowing them to proceed, lying still in a comfortable environment, reduces obstacles and lets sleep arrive naturally. The raindrop does not fight gravity. It does not resist evaporation. It responds to conditions, and in responding, it fulfills its function. The person preparing for sleep can do the same. Respond to the body's signals, allow the processes to unfold, and trust that sleep will come. There is a meditative quality to contemplating the water cycle. The repetition, the slow transformations, the lack of agency or intention, all invite a mental state that is calm and receptive rather than active and analytical. The mind can follow the raindrop's path loosely without needing to track every detail, simply resting in the knowledge that the cycle exists and continues. This type of thinking is non-demanding. It does not require problem-solving or decision-making. It is simply observation and acceptance, qualities that align well with the mental state conducive to sleep. The breath can sync with the imagery. Inhale as the vapor rises and gathers. Exhale as the drop falls and disperses. Inhale as the water warms and evaporates. Exhale as it cools and condenses. The rhythm of breath mirrors the rhythm of the cycle, slow and steady, effortless and continuous. This synchronization can deepen relaxation, connecting the body's automatic functions with the mental imagery, creating a unified state of rest. As the description of the water cycle continues, details can be revisited from different angles, each pass offering a slightly different perspective, but always returning to the same core ideas: gathering, falling, flowing, evaporating, gathering, again. The repetition is intentional. It reinforces the cyclical nature of the process and creates a hypnotic quality in the narration. The listener does not need to remember what was said 5 minutes ago or anticipate what will be said next. Each moment is complete in itself, part of the loop, but also self-contained. The raindrop story requires no dramatic arc because its value is not in narrative tension, but in descriptive richness and thematic continuity. Each phase of the cycle offers opportunities for gentle exploration. The condensation phase can be described in terms of molecular attraction, cloud dynamics, and the role of condensation nuclei. The falling phase can explore terminal velocity, air resistance, and drop shape. The landing phase can branch into multiple pathways, each described with attention to physical detail. The evaporation phase can return to molecular energy and atmospheric mixing, and the rising phase completes the circle, bringing the narrative back to where it began, ready to start again. This circular structure means the narration can continue indefinitely, if needed. There is no point where the story must end, because the cycle has no end. It can be followed for as many revolutions as necessary, each one similar but not identical, like waves on a shore that repeat the same motion but are never exactly the same twice. The listener can drift in and out of attention, catching fragments of description, losing the thread and finding it again, without feeling lost or needing to catch up. The cycle is always there, always accessible, always in motion. The raindrop does not age. Water molecules do not wear out or degrade. They are extraordinarily stable, and they have been cycling through the Earth system for billions of years. The water in today's rain is the same water that filled ancient seas, that dinosaurs drank, that formed the first clouds over the first land masses. This deep time perspective adds another layer of calm. The water cycle operates on timescales so vast that human lifetimes are barely perceptible. A raindrop falling today is part of a process that predates humanity and will continue long after. This vastness can make personal worries feel smaller, not insignificant but less overwhelming. situated within a much larger context. At the same time, the water cycle operates on immediate timescales as well. A raindrop can form, fall and evaporate within hours. Water in a shallow puddle can be gone by the end of a sunny day. The cycle is both ancient and immediate, both slow and fast, depending on which part of it is being observed. This range of timescales reflects the richness of natural processes, which unfold at every conceivable pace from the instantaneous to the geological. For someone lying in bed, time can feel strange. Minutes may pass quickly or slowly, depending on the mental state. Sleep may arrive quickly or take a long time to develop. There is no control over the subjective experience of time, just as there is no control over how long a particular raindrop takes to complete its cycle. But the lack of control is not a problem. It is simply a fact to be accepted rather than fought. Time will pass, sleep will come, or not come, and the next day will arrive regardless. The raindrop teaches this acceptance. It does not hurry and it does not delay. It simply moves according to conditions. The water cycle also illustrates conservation. The total amount of water on Earth remains essentially constant. Water is not created or destroyed in significant quantities. It only changes form and location. This conservation is a fundamental principle of nature, and it applies to many other things as well. Energy is conserved, matter is conserved, and these conservations create stability in the physical world. Knowing that water will always be here, always cycling, always available in some form, is reassuring. It removes the fear of loss or disappearance. The raindrop may seem to vanish when it evaporates, but it has not been lost. It has simply transformed and moved elsewhere, and it will return. This theme of transformation without loss can be applied metaphorically to the transition into sleep. Waking consciousness may seem to disappear when sleep arrives, but it is not lost. It is simply transformed into a different state, one where awareness is reduced and different brain processes dominate. Upon waking, consciousness returns, refreshed. The self has not been lost or destroyed. It has cycled through a necessary transformation. Trusting this process, allowing the transformation to occur, is essential for rest. The raindrop's journey can also highlight the importance of passivity. In a culture that often values action, control, and productivity, the raindrop offers a different model. It does nothing actively. It does not strive or decide or plan. It is acted upon by forces larger than itself, and in being acted upon, it fulfills its role perfectly. There is no need for agency or effort. The raindrop is a perfect example of Wu Wei, the concept from Taoism that translates roughly as non-doing or effortless action, where things are accomplished by aligning with natural processes rather than by forcing outcomes. Sleep requires this same passivity. Trying to force sleep often backfires, creating tension and alertness that prevents sleep from arriving. The more one tries, the more elusive sleep becomes. But allowing sleep, being passive, creating conditions conducive to sleep, and then simply waiting without effort, is much more effective. The raindrop does not try to fall. It falls because conditions allow it. Sleep does not need to be pursued. It will arrive when conditions allow it. The imagery of water can also invoke sensory memories that are inherently calming. The sound of rain, the feeling of cool water, the sight of a calm lake or a gentle stream. These are sensory experiences that most people associate with relaxation and peace. Tapping into these associations through description can trigger a physiological relaxation response, lowering heart rate, deepening breath, and easing muscle tension. The mind and body are connected, and evoking peaceful imagery can create peaceful states. As the narration continues, the language remains simple and clear, avoiding complex sentences or dense technical jargon. The explanations are accurate but accessible, designed to be understood without effort. This simplicity is crucial for bedtime content. The listener's cognitive resources are limited as drowsiness increases, and anything that requires effort to parse or understand will be jarring and counterproductive. The goal is to provide just enough structure and content to occupy the mind without demanding engagement. The Raindrop story is inherently non-threatening. There are no predators, no dangers, no conflicts. Water flows downhill because gravity pulls it, not because it's fleeing or seeking. Evaporation happens because the sun warms the surface, not because of any struggle. This absence of threat is important for calming the nervous system. The brain is constantly scanning for danger, and narratives that involve conflict or threat can activate stress responses even when the listener knows the story is not real. A story about a raindrop, which involves no threat or conflict, allows the nervous system to relax fully. The cycles within the water cycle can also be appreciated aesthetically. There is a kind of beauty in the simplicity and elegance of the process. Vapor condenses, droplets fall, water flows, vapor rises, and the cycle repeats. The economy of the system, the way it operates without waste or inefficiency, the balance between inputs and outputs, all reflect natural optimization. The water cycle is not designed. It is an emergent property of the planet's energy balance and physical properties, but it functions as if it were designed, maintaining itself over billions of years without external intervention. This self-sustaining quality is remarkable and beautiful in a quiet, understated way. The listener does not need to actively appreciate this beauty. It can simply be present in the background, a subtle element of the narrative that contributes to the overall tone of calmness and reassurance. Beauty does not always need to be dramatic or striking. Sometimes it is found in simplicity, in processes that work quietly and reliably, in patterns that repeat without fanfare. The raindrop's journey is also a reminder of the ordinary. Raindrops are common. Rain falls regularly in most parts of the world. It is not exotic or rare. This ordinariness is part of its suitability for bedtime. The extraordinary can be stimulating, prompting curiosity and excitement. The ordinary is familiar and safe, requiring no special attention or response. A raindrop is just water doing what water does, and that is enough. As the description progresses, the focus can shift between different scales. At the molecular level, water molecules are in constant motion, vibrating, rotating, and occasionally breaking free from their neighbours. At the droplet level, surface tension and air resistance shape behaviour. At the cloud level, collective dynamics create weather. At the planetary level, the water cycle is part of the Earth system, interacting with the atmosphere, lithosphere, and biosphere. Each scale offers a different perspective, but all are part of the same phenomenon. Shifting between scales can provide variety without changing the subject, keeping the narration fresh while maintaining thematic unity. The raindrop also connects the sky and the ground, the above and the below. It is a bridge between atmospheric processes and terrestrial processes, carrying water from one realm to the other. This vertical movement, up and down, rising and falling, can mirror the mental movement of thoughts that rise into awareness and then settle back down. The mind, like the atmosphere, has vertical structure. Some thoughts float near the surface, easily accessible. Others are deeper, submerged, emerging only occasionally. The raindrop's movement between sky and earth can serve as a metaphor for this mental topography. The cyclical nature of the raindrop's journey also means there is no hierarchy of states. Being vapor is not better than being liquid. Being in a cloud is not better than being in a river. Each state is necessary and valuable. The cycle depends on all of them. This lack of hierarchy can be soothing because it removes judgment. There is no pressure to be in a particular state or to move toward a particular goal. Each state is sufficient in itself, part of the larger process, contributing to the whole. In sleep, different stages cycle throughout the night. Light sleep, deep sleep, REM sleep, and back again. No stage is better than the others. Each serves a function. Deep sleep is restorative for the body. REM sleep is important for memory and emotional processing. Light sleep provides transitions and allows for brief awakenings that are part of normal sleep architecture. The cycle through these stages is automatic and essential. Trying to force oneself into a particular stage is impossible. The brain manages the progression on its own, trusting this internal regulation, just as one trusts the water cycle to regulate itself, allows for better rest. The raindrop's journey can be followed as long as needed, with each cycle providing another opportunity to relax a bit more, to let go a bit further, to sink a bit deeper towards sleep. There is no rush. The cycle will continue. The narration will continue. The rain sounds, if present, will continue. Everything is set up to support the transition into rest, to create an environment where sleep is the natural outcome, arrived at without effort or force. Water's capacity to transition between solid, liquid, and gas at the temperatures and pressures found on Earth is unusual and essential for life. Most substances are solid, liquid, or gas at Earth's surface temperatures, but not all three. Water's range of phase transitions, accessible within the relatively narrow temperature band of the planet's surface, makes the water cycle possible. If water only existed as ice, or only as vapor at typical Earth temperatures, the cycle would not occur, and the planet would be radically different. This property of water, existing in multiple phases under everyday conditions, is a consequence of the strength of hydrogen bonding between water molecules. Hydrogen bonds are weaker than the covalent bonds that hold the atoms within a molecule together, but stronger than the van der Waals forces that act between most other molecules. This intermediate strength means that water molecules stick together enough to form liquid and solid, but not so strongly that they cannot be separated into vapor. The balance is precise and fortunate. The listener does not need to understand the chemistry in detail. The takeaway is simply that water's behavior is special, and that this specialness enables the cycle that sustains the planet. This fact can be appreciated without analysis, simply as another reassuring element of the natural world's reliability. As the narration of the raindrop's journey draws toward an eventual conclusion, the tone remains gentle and the pace slow. The conclusion is not a stopping point, but a resting point, a place where the cycle can be left with the understanding that it will continue without observation. The listener is released from the need to follow further. The raindrop will keep cycling, the water will keep moving, and sleep can arrive in its own time, gently, naturally, like rain falling from a cloud. The final images might linger on the simplest aspects of the cycle. Vapor rising invisibly, droplets forming quietly, rain falling softly, water soaking into soil or flowing into streams. The sun warming the surface, molecules lifting back into the air, the cycle continuing, endless and patient, a rhythm as fundamental as the turning of the planet or the beating of a heart. And in that rhythm, there is rest.
The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Long before the rhythm of alarm clocks and calendars, before the invention of agriculture or the construction of permanent dwellings, human beings lived in a fundamentally different relationship with time and space. This wasn't the dramatic, dangerous existence often portrayed in popular imagination, but rather something quieter and more rhythmic, a life organized around natural cycles, measured in the movement of the sun across the sky, the changing of seasons, and the basic needs of the body. To understand what an ordinary day might have felt like for early humans living in small groups tens of thousands of years ago, we need to set aside our modern expectations of what makes life interesting or noteworthy. There were no grand adventures to pursue, no appointments to keep, no distant goals requiring years of planning. Instead, there was the immediate world, the people nearby, the landscape underfoot, the weather overhead, and the simple, recurring tasks that kept everyone fed, warm, and together. A child born into such a group would have no concept of formal education, no classroom or curriculum. Learning happened through immersion in daily life, through watching and copying the movements of others. From the earliest age, a child's world was fundamentally social, defined by the faces that appeared each morning, the voices that spoke in familiar patterns, the hands that guided and corrected and reassured. The group itself was the classroom, and every action performed by an adult was a potential lesson. When someone prepared food, the child watched. When someone carried water, the child observed the careful balance required. When the group moved from one place to another, the child learned to stay close, to match pace, to understand without words that distance from the group meant danger. This kind of learning required no explanation in the modern sense. There were no lectures about why certain plants were safe to eat and others were not. Instead, a child learned through repeated exposure, watching which plants were gathered, which were ignored, which were handled carefully, and which were approached without hesitation. The child learned to recognize safe water not through a lesson about bacteria or contamination, but by seeing where adults filled containers, by noticing which streams were used again and again, by understanding through pattern that some sources were trusted and others avoided. This was learning as a slow accumulation of observations, each one reinforcing the last, building a mental map of the world that was practical and immediate rather than abstract. The physical skills required for daily life were absorbed in the same gradual way. Carrying objects without spilling required practice. Countless small attempts, gentle corrections, and the natural feedback of water sloshing over the edge or food tumbling from a container. A child learned to adjust grip, to walk more smoothly, to anticipate the movement of liquid inside a vessel. These weren't skills that could be taught in a single demonstration. They emerged from repetition, from the body itself discovering the most efficient way to accomplish a task. Similarly, sitting quietly when adults needed to focus was learned through experience. A child who made noise at the wrong moment would receive a gentle signal, a look, a gesture, a quiet sound, and over time would internalize the rhythm of when to be active and when to be still. The social texture of childhood was rich with these small, continuous adjustments. Learning to share food, to take turns, to understand when someone else needed space or help. All of this happened through daily interaction rather than explicit instruction. The group's expectations were communicated through consistent response rather than rules stated in advance. A child who grabbed food without waiting learned from the reactions of others. A child who wandered too far learned from being retrieved. The world taught through consequence, but in a gentle, patient way, because the group's survival depended on each member eventually understanding how to participate in the collective rhythm. As childhood progressed, tools became part of daily experience, but tools were not introduced as abstract technology or impressive achievements of human ingenuity. Instead, they were simply objects that made certain tasks easier, extensions of the hand that reduced effort or improved results. A child might first encounter a stone with a sharp edge by watching it being used, seeing how it could slice through plant fibers that fingers alone couldn't tear, or how it could separate meat from bone more efficiently than pulling. The tool itself was unremarkable in appearance, just a piece of stone, with one edge sharper than the rest, but its utility was obvious through demonstration. Learning to create such tools was a slow process, built on observation and imitation. There was no dramatic moment of discovery, no sudden flash of insight. Instead, there was the patient work of shaping stone, a process that required attention and practice. A young person learning to make a cutting edge would watch someone more experienced, noting which stones were selected, how they were held, the angle of the strike, the sound of successful fracture versus unsuccessful. Then came the attempts, many of them producing nothing useful, the stone crumbling wrong or refusing to break cleanly. But with the repetition, the hands learned. The body memorized the weight of the stone, the force required, the subtle adjustments that increased the likelihood of success. This work was not dramatic or urgent. It happened during quiet moments, during the slower parts of the day when immediate survival needs were met. Someone might sit in the shade and work on improving a tool, the rhythmic tapping becoming background sound. The focused attention similar to any craft that requires precision. The finished product was evaluated not for its beauty, but for its functionality. Did it cut well? Did the edge hold? Could it be used comfortably? A good tool was one that worked reliably, that made daily tasks slightly easier, that could be used again and again until it wore down and needed to be replaced or resharpened. The relationship between people and tools was fundamentally practical. Tools were maintained because they were useful, repaired when possible, and replaced when necessary. There was no accumulation of unused objects, no collection of tools kept for future possibilities. What was made was what was needed, and what was no longer needed was often discarded or left behind. This created a different relationship with objects than modern humans experience. Tools were valued for their immediate utility rather than their potential future use or their status as possessions. The concept of a home base or camp was similarly practical. Whether the group sheltered in a cave, constructed simple windbreaks from branches and hides, or returned seasonally to a favored location, the purpose was always the same: to have a place where the essential activities of life could be organized efficiently. Water needed to be nearby, or at least accessible within a reasonable walk. The location needed to offer some protection from weather, wind, rain, extreme heat, or cold. It needed to be defensible in a general sense, meaning there was some awareness of surroundings, some ability to see or hear if anything approached, and it needed to be in a region where food could be obtained without traveling to the point of exhaustion. Within this base, much of life revolved around organizing and managing resources. Water was perhaps the most fundamental need, requiring daily attention. Containers needed to be filled, water needed to be kept clean, and everyone needed to drink regularly. Food preparation took considerable time. Gathering edible plants, processing them to make them more digestible, preparing anything that had been obtained through hunting or scavenging. Warmth was managed through clothing, through shelter, and through fire. Rest required safe sleeping areas, places where people could relax without constant vigilance. Fire occupied a special place in this organization of daily life. It was not always a large, roaring blaze that would waste fuel and require constant attention. Instead, fire was often a modest, carefully maintained heat source. Small flames, glowing coals, just enough warmth to cook food or provide comfort in cold weather. The skill lay not in creating the largest fire, but in keeping a manageable fire alive with minimal fuel. This required attention to detail, arranging fuel so it burned slowly, protecting the fire from wind or rain, banking coals at night so they would still be warm in the morning, feeding the fire gradually rather than overwhelming it. Tending fire was not a single person's responsibility, but a shared awareness. Anyone passing the fire might add a stick if the flames were low. Someone sitting nearby would notice if sparks threatened to spread beyond the fire area and would adjust accordingly. Children learned to respect fire's heat without being paralyzed by fear of it, understanding that it was useful and dangerous simultaneously, that it required care and attention. The fire became a kind of living presence in the camp, something that needed to be fed and protected, that offered benefits in return for that care. The continuity of fire was practically important, but also emotionally significant. A fire that burned continuously day after day represented stability. It meant the group had enough fuel, enough knowledge to maintain it, enough organization to ensure it didn't go out during the night. When fire did go out, it could be restarted, but that required effort and time. Striking stones together to create sparks, using friction methods that demanded patience and proper materials, or borrowing fire from another group if one was nearby. Keeping fire alive was easier than creating it anew, so fire became something to preserve, a small but important continuity, linking each day to the next. As young people moved through adolescence, their range expanded. The immediate area around the camp became deeply familiar, but beyond that were the routes and paths that connected the camp to resources. A water source might require a walk of 20 minutes or several hours, depending on season and location. Gathering areas for specific plants might be scattered across the landscape, each one visited when its particular resource was ready. Places where useful stone could be found, where certain animals were likely to appear, where the terrain offered advantages for specific tasks. All of these became part of a mental map built through repeated travel. Walking was the primary mode of movement, and bodies adapted to it through constant practice. Not the hurried walking of someone late for an appointment, but the steady, sustainable pace of someone covering distance day after day. The gait that minimized energy expenditure, that could be maintained for hours without exhaustion. Feet grew tough from contact with the ground, learning to read terrain through sensation, where to step carefully, where to move quickly, how to adjust for slope or loose stone or wet surfaces. Legs developed the endurance to carry body weight, plus whatever was being transported, whether that was water, food, tools, or materials for shelter. Carrying methods evolved to make this easier. Weight distributed across the body was easier to manage than weight held in the arms. Materials could be bundled and slung over shoulders or carried in containers made from animal hide or woven plant fibers. Young children who couldn't keep pace were carried by adults, adding to the load, but ensuring the group could move together. The elderly or injured who struggled with distance were supported, the group's pace adjusting to accommodate them. Within reason, travel was a collective activity, and the group moved as a unit, maintaining visual and auditory contact, pausing when someone needed rest, resuming when everyone was ready. The landscape was not a generic wilderness, but a specific, known environment. Each season brought changes that were predictable from experience. Certain plants produced edible parts at certain times of year. Water sources that flowed abundantly in wet seasons might dwindle or disappear in dry periods. Animal movements followed patterns related to food availability, breeding seasons, and weather. The group's knowledge of these patterns was practical and detailed, accumulated over generations and taught through example and experience. Food acquisition was less about dramatic hunts and more about the steady, reliable work of gathering. Plants formed the foundation of the diet for most groups. Roots that could be dug from the ground, leaves and shoots that could be picked, seeds and nuts that could be collected and stored briefly, fruits when they were in season. This work required knowledge about what was edible, what was toxic, what needed processing to become safe or palatable. It required knowing where to look, when to return to a productive area, how much to take without depleting the source so it couldn't regenerate. The intelligence involved in gathering was considerable but rarely dramatic. It meant remembering that a particular type of tuber grew in sandy soil near certain trees, and that those trees were more common on south-facing slopes. It meant knowing that after rainfall, mushrooms would appear in specific areas, and that some were nutritious while others would cause illness. It meant understanding that certain seeds were easier to process if collected before they fully dried, while others were better after drying. This knowledge was specific to the local environment, meaning groups in different regions developed entirely different expertise about completely different plants. Gathering was also relatively safe and predictable compared to other forms of food acquisition. Plants didn't run away or fight back. The work was methodical, walking to a known location, searching systematically, collecting what was found, processing it if necessary, and returning to camp. It could be done alone or in small groups by people of various ages and physical abilities. Children could participate from a young age, learning to identify plants and practicing collection techniques. Elderly individuals who could no longer manage long hunting expeditions could still contribute by gathering. The cumulative result was that gathering often provided the majority of calories for the group, day after day, without requiring exceptional luck or skill. When hunting occurred, it was typically a group effort requiring planning and coordination. The dramatic image of a lone hunter pursuing large game was far less common than cooperative strategies. Some hunting involved driving animals toward natural barriers where they could be more easily caught. Some involved coordinating to surround prey or to take advantage of terrain. Some involved patience, waiting near water sources or along known animal paths, remaining still for long periods, acting only when opportunity presented itself clearly. The motivation for hunting was practical rather than recreational. Meat provided concentrated calories and specific nutrients that were harder to obtain from plants alone. Animal hides offered material for clothing and shelter. Bones could be used for tools, but hunting was also risky, requiring significant energy expenditure with no guarantee of success. An unsuccessful hunt meant wasted time and calories burned without return. So hunting was approached carefully, with attention to increasing the likelihood of success and minimizing danger. The actual process was less about individual heroism and more about competent execution of a shared plan. One person might spot game and signal others quietly. The group might spread out to strategic positions. Someone might be designated to make the first move, while others closed off escape routes. The goal was efficiency, a quick, clean kill that minimized animal suffering and minimized risk to hunters. There was no glory in prolonged struggle, no benefit to making the process harder than necessary. Success meant food for the group. Failure meant trying again another day. When a kill was made, the work of processing began immediately. Meat needed to be separated from bone, divided into portions, sometimes partially prepared on site before being transported. Nothing was wasted if it could be used. Organs were often consumed quickly, as they didn't preserve well. Bones were kept for tools or to extract marrow. Hide was carefully removed to avoid damage. This work required knowledge and skill, understanding anatomy well enough to work efficiently, knowing which cuts were most valuable, managing the practical challenges of handling heavy, slippery materials. Transportation of meat back to camp was another coordinated effort, particularly if the kill was large. The group would carry what it could, sometimes making multiple trips, sometimes processing the animal in stages if moving everything at once was impractical. Predators might be attracted to the remains, so there was awareness of not lingering unnecessarily. The successful hunt was a burst of abundance, but also a burst of intensive work. The meat needed to be distributed, shared according to group norms, prepared for immediate consumption, or preserved, if possible, through drying or smoking. Community cohesion was built and maintained through these shared activities. Food distribution followed patterns that might seem complex to outsiders, but were understood implicitly by group members. Those who participated in the hunt received portions, but so did those who hadn't. The elderly, the very young, anyone who had contributed to the group's survival in other ways. Sharing wasn't purely altruistic, it was practical. Today's successful hunter might be tomorrow's injured person needing care. The child who received food freely would grow into an adult who contributed. The elderly person who could no longer hunt actively still held valuable knowledge about where to hunt, when conditions were favorable, which animals were most vulnerable. The web of reciprocity extended beyond food. Someone skilled at tool making might spend extra time creating implements for others. Someone with patience for tending fire ensured it stayed alive through the night. Someone with keen eyesight and attention noticed when resources were running low before they became critically scarce. Someone good with children supervised the youngest while others worked. These weren't assigned roles in a formal sense, but patterns that emerged from individual abilities and inclinations, reinforced by the group's implicit appreciation of useful contributions. Communication within the group was constant, but not always verbal. Much was conveyed through gesture, expression, and tone. A particular sound might signal caution. A gesture might indicate direction or distance. Facial expressions communicated approval, concern, amusement, frustration. Language, when used, was practical and immediate, coordinating action, sharing information about resource locations, settling minor disputes, making plans. There was likely storytelling as well, but that belonged more to evening hours and rest periods than to the active parts of the day. The structure of an ordinary day emerged from the interaction between human needs and environmental conditions. Morning began with waking, which happened gradually as light increased and people naturally roused from sleep. There was no alarm, no predetermined schedule, just the body's response to light and the stirring of others nearby. First actions were often checking the fire. Were the coals still warm? Did they need fuel to become flames again? Had rain dampened them overnight? Then came attention to immediate physical needs, relieving bladder and bowels in designated areas away from sleeping and eating spaces, drinking water, perhaps eating something small if food was readily available. The morning assessment involved looking at weather, at the condition of the group members, at what resources were needed most urgently. If water was low, that became the priority. If food stores were depleted, gathering would be necessary. If tools had broken the previous day, time would be allocated for repair or replacement. If everyone was fed, watered, and comfortable, the day might proceed more leisurely, with time for maintenance tasks, for teaching children, for improving the living space. Movement through the day followed a rhythm that balanced activity with rest. The coolest part of morning might be used for active work, gathering, hunting, traveling to new areas. As the day warmed, particularly in hot climates, activity might slow. People might rest in shade, work on tasks that didn't require much physical exertion, or simply wait for temperatures to become more comfortable. This wasn't laziness, but practical energy management. Working through peak heat meant sweating away water that would need to be replaced, burning calories that might be scarce, risking heat exhaustion that could be dangerous. Food preparation often happened in stages throughout the day rather than in distinct meals. Someone returning from gathering might process some of what they collected immediately, sharing it with whoever was nearby. Cooked food might be prepared when fire was already burning for warmth, taking advantage of the heat. Dried meat or preserved foods might be eaten as needed whenever hunger prompted. The concept of specific meal times was less relevant when food availability varied day to day, and when the group's size meant someone was almost always doing something food-related. The repetitive nature of daily tasks created a meditative quality to much of life. Grinding seeds into meal was repetitive motion. Push, pull, push, pull. The sound constant, the muscles falling into rhythm, the mind free to wander. Weaving plant fibers into cord was similarly rhythmic. Twist, overlap, twist, overlap. Hands working while attention drifted. Even walking became a kind of moving meditation. The same motion repeated thousands of times, the body on familiar paths, the mind noticing but not straining. This repetition created efficiency through muscle memory. Tasks that seemed complex initially became automatic with practice. Hands learned how much pressure to apply when shaping stone, when to increase force, and when to finesse. Eyes learned what to scan for when searching for edible plants, which colors and shapes stood out against the background. Ears learned to distinguish normal sounds of the environment from unusual ones that warranted attention. The ee body became an instrument finely tuned to the requirements of daily survival. Rest was not scheduled, but taken as needed and as possible. Someone tired from walking might sit down until energy returned. Someone working on a tedious task might pause to stretch, to look around, to rest eyes and hands before continuing. Midday heat often prompted collective rest, with multiple people settling into shade, some sleeping, some talking quietly, some just sitting still. This rest was unstructured and natural, the body asserting its needs without guilt or rush. The afternoon might bring a return to activity as temperatures dropped. Unfinished tasks from the morning could be completed. New priorities might have emerged. Perhaps someone found an abundant food source that warranted additional collection efforts, or a tool broke and needed immediate replacement. The group remained flexible, responding to circumstances rather than adhering to predetermined plans. As evening approached, activity generally declined. People returned to the camp area if they'd been traveling. The fire might be built up slightly for cooking and warmth as night temperatures dropped. Food preparation for the evening happened. Whatever needed cooking was arranged in or near the fire. Portions were distributed. People ate at their own pace. The tone shifted toward quieter activity, toward gathering together, toward the social aspects of group life rather than the productive ones. Darkness brought natural limits to activity. Fine detail work became impossible without good light, and fire could only illuminate a small area. Travel became dangerous without the ability to see the ground clearly. So nighttime was for rest, for storytelling, for maintenance of social bonds. People sat near the fire, close enough for warmth, but not so close as to be uncomfortable. They talked about the day, about plans for tomorrow, about nothing in particular. They told stories, some practical, recounting where food was found or what animal signs were spotted, some entertaining, embellished retellings of past events or pure fiction meant to amuse. Children listened to these evening conversations, absorbing information without formal lessons. They learned which areas were productive for gathering, which were dangerous, which were worth revisiting. They learned the names and relationships of group members from previous generations. They learned about seasonal patterns, about what to expect as time progressed. The stories served as oral history, as educational tool, as entertainment, and as bonding experience all at once. Sleep came gradually as people settled into their sleeping areas. These might be simple arrangements, hides or woven mats on the ground, perhaps some padding of grass or leaves for comfort, positioned to take advantage of residual fire warmth or natural shelter. People slept close together for warmth and security, the physical presence of others, both comforting and practical. Someone usually maintained enough awareness to tend the fire if needed during the night, adding fuel to keep coals alive without letting flames grow large enough to be dangerous. The quality of sleep was probably quite different from modern experience. Without artificial light, the body's natural rhythms aligned closely with day and night cycles. Darkness signaled sleep. Light signaled waking. Sleep might be interrupted occasionally by cold requiring someone to adjust the fire, by a child needing attention, by unusual sounds requiring investigation. But generally, the night was for rest. The physical exhaustion of daily activity made sleep come easily, and the safety of the group meant deep rest was possible. Seasonal changes brought adjustments to daily routines, but these shifts were gradual and predictable. As the year moved toward colder periods, the group might alter its patterns in response. Food preservation became more important if edible plants would be scarce later. Preparations for winter might include gathering extra materials for shelter improvement, collecting firewood in advance, or moving to locations that offered better protection from harsh weather. The transition itself was not abrupt. Each day was only slightly different from the one before. with temperatures dropping incrementally, daylight hours shortening gradually, plant availability changing bit by bit. The group adapted in step with these changes, each small adjustment easy to accommodate. More time near the fire, more layers of clothing or hide coverings, shorter travel distances, greater reliance on stored or preserved foods. All of this emerged organically from changing conditions. Winter, in regions where it was harsh, meant a slower pace of life. Energy conservation became important when calories were harder to obtain. The group might spend more time sheltering, more time in rest, less time in active ranging. Social interaction intensified as people spent more hours in close proximity. Tool maintenance and improvement might increase, since there was time for careful work that active seasons didn't allow. Storytelling and knowledge transmission might be especially rich during these periods when darkness came early and left late. Warmer seasons brought their own rhythm. Longer days meant more time for active work. Plant foods became abundant, reducing time pressure around food acquisition. The group might range more widely, exploring areas that were inaccessible or impractical during other seasons. Clothing could be minimal, reducing time spent on garment maintenance. The overall pace might quicken, taking advantage of favorable conditions to accomplish tasks that were harder during other parts of the year. But even with seasonal variation, much of life maintained a consistent core pattern. Daily needs remained the same, regardless of weather: water, food, warmth, rest. Tools still required maintenance. Social relationships still needed tending. Children still needed supervision and teaching. The elderly still needed care and still offered guidance. The fundamental structure of group life persisted through all environmental changes, providing stability even as specific activities shifted. Within this framework, small joys emerged from simple successes. A gathering expedition that yielded more than expected meant abundant food and reduced pressure for the next day. A tool that worked particularly well made tasks easier and faster. A child mastering a new skill meant one more capable person in the group. Good weather on a day when travel was necessary made the journey pleasant rather than miserable. These weren't dramatic celebrations, but quiet satisfactions, the small accumulations of positive experience that made life feel worthwhile. Laughter would have been a regular part of life, the humor that emerges from shared experience, from mishaps and mistakes, from the playfulness that humans seem to naturally express when basic needs are met. And danger isn't immediate. Someone might trip while carrying water and get soaked, prompting laughter from others and eventually from themselves. Children playing might create games with rules that made no sense to adults, but generated great amusement. Someone might tell a story with exaggerated gestures and voices, entertaining the audience. These moments of levity provided emotional respite from the serious work of survival, reinforcing bonds and making the group more resilient. The concept of happiness in such a life was probably quite different from modern definitions. There was no pursuit of novelty, no accumulation of possessions, no climbing of social hierarchies toward distant goals. Instead, happiness might have come from steadiness, from knowing that today was similar to yesterday, and tomorrow would likely be similar to today, from belonging to a group that knew you and needed you, from competence at essential skills, from the physical satisfaction of a body doing what it was designed to do, from enough food, enough warmth, enough safety, enough connection. Suffering certainly existed in these lives, but much of it was immediate and concrete rather than abstract. Hunger when food was scarce, cold when warmth was insufficient, pain from injury or illness, grief when group members died. These were real hardships, not to be minimized, but they were also hardships that the entire group experienced together, shared burdens that didn't single out individuals as failures. If food was scarce, everyone was hungry. If someone was injured, everyone adjusted to support them. The collective nature of life meant suffering was rarely endured alone. As individuals moved through young adulthood into the middle years of life, their role in the group stabilized. Physical capabilities peaked and then very gradually began to decline, so subtly that the change was barely noticeable year to year. Someone in their 30s or 40s was probably at their most productive, experienced enough to be highly competent, still strong enough to do demanding physical work, mature enough to coordinate group activities effectively. These were the people who often carried the heaviest loads, literally and figuratively, doing the most strenuous gathering, participating in the most demanding hunts, carrying children when needed, making the most complex tools. But even at peak productivity, life remained a repetition of familiar patterns. The same gathering routes walked dozens or hundreds of times, the same tool-making techniques applied over and over, the same coordination with the same people day after day. This repetition could be seen as monotonous from an outside perspective, but from within it might have felt more like mastery. The deep knowledge that comes from doing something so many times that every detail is familiar, every variation anticipated, every problem met with practiced solutions. The progression into older age was gradual and generally dignified within the group context. Physical strength declined slowly, making certain tasks more difficult, but not impossible. Someone who could once easily carry heavy loads might need to carry lighter ones, or to take breaks more frequently, or to accept help from younger group members. But capability didn't disappear suddenly. It faded incrementally over years, and as physical ability changed, other contributions became more prominent. Older individuals became repositories of the group's accumulated knowledge. They had lived through more seasonal cycles, experienced more variations in weather and resource availability, dealt with more problems and emergencies. They remembered what had worked in the past and what hadn't. When the group faced decisions about where to go or what to do, older members could offer perspective based on decades of experience. Their memory extended back further than anyone else's, providing continuity across generations. Teaching was another natural role for aging group members. They had the patience and experience to guide children and young adults through skill development. They could demonstrate techniques slowly and clearly, having refined their own methods over years of practice. They noticed details that younger people might miss and could point out subtle aspects of tool making, plant identification, or animal behavior that made the difference between mediocre and excellent results. Older people also served as observers and advisors during times when younger adults were busy with active work. While others gathered or hunted, an elderly person might watch children, ensuring they stayed safe and resolving minor conflicts. They might tend the fire consistently, maintaining it without needing to interrupt other tasks. They might notice changes in weather patterns or animal behavior that warranted attention. alerting the group to opportunities or risks. The group's treatment of aging members reflected practical wisdom. As long as someone could contribute something, knowledge, childcare, fire tending, observation, even just emotional presence, they remained valued. The group didn't abandon people simply because they slowed down, because caring for the elderly meant that future elderly, currently young, could expect care in return. It was an investment in the group's own future stability, a demonstration that belonging wasn't conditional on peak productivity. Eventually, age would progress to a point where someone needed more care than they could provide. Walking became too difficult for long distances. Vision or hearing deteriorated enough to limit certain activities. Teeth wore down, making some foods hard to chew. Chronic pain from old injuries might increase. The group accommodated these changes within reason, shortening travel distances, providing softer foods, helping with tasks that were once independent, allowing more time for rest. The final stage of life, when it came, was simply an extension of this gradual decline. Someone might spend more and more time resting, less and less time active. Appetite might diminish as the body's needs decreased. Energy might fade until even sitting up became tiring. The group continued to provide care, water offered regularly, food prepared in easy-to-eat forms, warmth maintained, presence given. There was no medical intervention to extend life artificially, no institutional care to prolong the inevitable. Death, when it arrived, was part of the natural cycle. The group's response to death was probably a mixture of grief and acceptance. Grief because the person had been known intimately, their absence would be felt, their knowledge and presence would be missed. Acceptance because death was understood as inevitable, as part of the pattern that governed all living things. The body would be handled in whatever way the group's customs dictated, perhaps burial, perhaps left in a designated area, perhaps some other method. And life would continue. The routines would resume because they had to. Water still needed to be gathered. Food still needed to be obtained. Fire still needed tending. The group was smaller by one, but still functioned. Others would gradually fill the gaps left by the deceased person's contributions. Children who had learned from them would apply that knowledge. The stories the person had told might be retold, keeping their memory alive in oral tradition. But the fundamental rhythm of daily life would continue essentially unchanged, because that rhythm existed beyond any individual life. This continuity was perhaps the most profound aspect of such an existence. The understanding that individual lives were brief moments within a much longer story. Each person's daily routine connected them to the same basic activities that their ancestors had performed and that their descendants would perform. The specific details changed, different landscapes, different plants, different animals, but the pattern remained constant. Wake, tend fire, obtain food and water, work on necessary tasks, rest, sleep, repeat. Generation after generation, the cycle continued. From a modern perspective, such a life might seem limited or restrictive. The same activities every day, the same small group of people, the same landscape year after year. No books to read, no movies to watch, no new places to visit, no career advancement to pursue. But this judgment imposes modern values onto a completely different context. The people living these lives had no concept of alternatives, no awareness that life could be organized differently. This was simply what life was, not a limitation, but reality itself. And within that reality, there were complexities and satisfactions that might not be immediately obvious. The deep knowledge of a specific landscape created an intimacy with place that few modern people experience. Knowing every water source, every productive gathering area, every change in terrain, and vegetation across seasons, this was a rich, detailed relationship with the environment. The stability of the group meant relationships could develop depth that's harder to achieve when people move frequently or interact briefly. Knowing the same people your entire life, seeing them daily, working together on shared survival, this created bonds built on thousands of interactions and shared experiences. The absence of novelty might actually have been restful rather than boring. No need to constantly learn new skills or adapt to changing circumstances. Once you mastered the essential abilities, they remained relevant for life. Once you understood the landscape and the seasons, that knowledge stayed useful. There was security in predictability, comfort in knowing what to expect, satisfaction in competence at important tasks. Physical capabilities were probably at their fullest expression in such a lifestyle. The human body evolved to walk long distances, to lift and carry, to squat and bend and reach. Modern sedentary life uses only a fraction of what the body can do, leading to weakness and dysfunction. Early humans used their bodies constantly and completely, developing strength, endurance, flexibility, and coordination through daily activity. The satisfaction of a body working well, of physical challenges met successfully, of exhaustion earned through useful labor, these would have been regular experiences. The sensory experience of life was also fundamentally different without artificial sounds, lights, and smells. Hearing was attuned to natural sounds, wind, water, animal calls, human voices. Sight was adjusted to natural light, the full spectrum from bright sun to moonlight to darkness. Smell was sensitive to smoke, vegetation, weather changes, food, other people. Touch was direct and constant. The ground underfoot, the texture of tools, the temperature of air, the presence of others. The modern sensory overload of traffic noise, fluorescent lights, chemical odors, and constant screen time would have been incomprehensible. The mind, too, functioned differently without constant information input. There were no headlines to process, no social media feeds to scroll, no emails requiring response. Thoughts could arise and develop at their own pace. Attention could rest on one thing for extended periods without interruption. The mental space that modern people fill with consumption of content, reading, watching, listening, would instead have been filled with observation, conversation, memory, and imagination. The quality of thought might have been less fragmented, more sustained, more focused on immediate experience rather than abstract information. Sleep, particularly, would have been quite different. With activity levels high, bodies were naturally tired by evening. With darkness complete and unavoidable, there was no reason to resist sleep or stay awake artificially. With no caffeine or stimulants, no screens or bright lights. Disrupting circadian rhythms, sleep could follow natural patterns. Multiple sleep cycles through the night, possibly with periods of quiet wakefulness between them, all aligning with the body's intrinsic rhythms rather than fighting against them. The dreams of people living such lives are impossible to know, but they were probably populated by familiar elements. The people of the group, the landscape, the animals, the tasks of daily life. Perhaps anxieties about food scarcity or group conflicts played out in dreams. Perhaps wishes for successful hunts or good weather found expression. Perhaps the imagination created variations on familiar themes, recombining elements of waking experience into novel but recognizable patterns. Morning would arrive again, as it always did, with increasing light and the stirring of birds or other animals. The fire might have died to coals during the night, requiring attention. Someone would need to urinate urgently after a night's sleep. Water would need to be drunk to rehydrate. Food might be prepared or eaten from what remained from the previous evening, and the day would begin again. Another cycle, another repetition of the familiar pattern. This rhythm extended across weeks, months, years, decades, the accumulation of ordinary days that made up an entire life. No single day particularly remarkable, but the sum of them constituting existence. Modern people often think of life in terms of highlights and achievements, memorable moments and significant events. But actually, most of any human life, even modern ones, consists of ordinary days. Getting up, doing necessary tasks, interacting with familiar people, going to sleep. The ratio of mundane to memorable is probably similar across all human experience. What changes is the variety of mundane activities and the nature of memorable events. For early humans in small groups, the memorable events might have been births and deaths, serious injuries or illnesses, conflicts within the group or with other groups, exceptional weather events, unusually successful or unsuccessful periods for food acquisition. But these were rare punctuations in the steady flow of normal days. Most days featured the same basic structure, the same general activities, the same familiar faces, the same trusted landscape. This repetition created a kind of stability that modern life rarely offers. Certainty about what each day would basically entail. Confidence in one's ability to meet daily challenges. Security in knowing that the group would continue functioning according to familiar patterns. Changes happened slowly enough to be absorbed without disruption. Even major events like birth or death didn't fundamentally alter the basic rhythm of daily life for the group as a whole. From this perspective, an average day in such a life was not an adventure or a challenge to be conquered, but simply a day, another turning of the cycle, another opportunity to do what needed doing, another occasion to be with familiar people in a familiar place. The value of the day didn't come from its uniqueness, but from its participation in the larger pattern. Just as one breath is valuable, not because it's different from other breaths, but because it sustains life. One day was valuable because it sustained the group and connected the past to the future. As we consider this way of life from our modern vantage point, it offers a strange kind of comfort. The pressures that dominate contemporary existence, the need to achieve, to stand out, to accumulate, to progress, were largely absent. Instead, there was simply the need to persist, to maintain, to continue. Success was not measured by surpassing others or reaching new heights, but by successfully repeating the proven patterns that kept everyone fed, warm, and together. This is not to romanticize early human life, or to suggest it was somehow better than modern existence. The hardships were real, the dangers genuine, the losses painful. Medical knowledge was minimal, meaning injuries and illnesses that would be treatable today could be fatal then. Child mortality was probably high. Life expectancy was shorter. The margin for error was thin. A serious drought, a harsh winter, a conflict with another group, any of these could threaten the group's survival. But within those constraints, people found ways to live that were meaningful to them. They created cultures, developed technologies, formed relationships, raised children, cared for each other, and found moments of joy and satisfaction. They adapted to their environments and generally succeeded at the basic task of survival, as evidenced by the fact that their descendants eventually populated the entire world. The lessons from this kind of existence are not that we should return to it. That's neither possible nor desirable, but that we might reconsider what's essential for human well-being. The complexity of modern life sometimes obscures the simple fact that humans need relatively little to survive: food, water, warmth, safety, and social connection. Everything else is elaboration, variation on these themes. An early human's day organized around obtaining these essentials demonstrates that life can be full and meaningful even when simple, that satisfaction can come from competence rather than novelty, that belonging matters more than status. As this long consideration of an ordinary day comes to a close, the invitation is to borrow something from that ancient rhythm. Not the specific activities, obviously. Most of us will not be gathering roots or tending fires tomorrow, but the underlying pattern, the acceptance of routine, the value of simple competence, the comfort of familiar people and places, the satisfaction of needs met, the rest that comes from useful exhaustion, the sleep that follows naturally when the day is done. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, you might notice your own basic rhythms, the breath moving in and out, requiring no conscious effort, just continuing steadily like a small fire that tends itself, the body settling into stillness after the day's activities, whatever those were, finding its preferred position for rest, the mind beginning to release its hold on the day's thoughts, letting them drift away, like smoke dissipating into darkness. You are safe in this moment, as safe as any early human beside their carefully tended fire. The group around you may be different, separated by walls and distance rather than gathered in proximity, but the human need for rest is the same. Your breath can be your fire tonight, small and steady, requiring only the gentlest attention. Inhale, like adding fuel. Exhale, like releasing smoke. The cycle continues on its own, reliable and rhythmic, asking nothing of you except permission to continue. The thoughts of the day can fade now, the way evening light fades into dusk and then into dark. There is no need to hold on to them, no benefit to reviewing or them again. They have served their purpose and can be released. What remains is simply this: breathing, resting, being held by darkness and stillness, moving gently towards sleep like someone who has walked a long, familiar path and finally arrived home. The ordinary day, whether lived 10,000 years ago or tonight, ends the same way, with rest, with release, with the body and mind settling into the peace of completion. Nothing dramatic needs to happen. No problem needs to be solved. The day is finished, and that finishing itself is enough. Sleep can come now, soft and natural, like water finding its level, like weight settling, like fire dying to gentle coals that will warm you through the night. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The woolly mammoth lived in a world shaped by ice and cold, a world where survival wasn't about dramatic moments, but about the steady accumulation of small adaptations, behaviors, and knowledge passed down through generations. To understand what life was like for these enormous creatures, we need to first understand the landscape they inhabited. not as a backdrop, but as the fundamental context that shaped every aspect of their existence. The Ice Age tundra stretched across vast expanses of the northern hemisphere, creating an ecosystem unlike anything we see today. This wasn't a frozen wasteland devoid of life, but rather a complex environment that supported a surprising diversity of plants and animals. The landscape was predominantly open, with low-growing vegetation that could withstand extreme cold and harsh winds. Grasses, sedges, and hardy shrubs formed a carpet across the ground, interspersed with patches of moss and lichen that clung to rocks and spread across the soil. The openness of this terrain meant that sight lines extended for great distances, allowing animals to see approaching weather systems, potential threats, or other members of their species from far away. The cold itself was a constant presence, but not in the way we might imagine. Rather than dangerous temperature swings or sudden freezes, the Ice Age climate in many regions was characterized by a persistent, steady cold that varied with the seasons but remained within a range that the local life forms had adapted to over thousands of generations. This consistency, in its own way, was easier to manage than unpredictability. Bodies could evolve specific adaptations, behaviors could be refined, and the fundamental challenge became not avoiding the cold, but living productively within it. When a mammoth calf was born into this world, the experience began not with sight or sound, but with temperature and touch. The newborn emerged into air that would feel shockingly cold to us. But the calf's first moments were cushioned by the immediate presence of the mother's body and the surrounding herd members. Adult mammoths would position themselves around the birth site, creating a living windbreak that reduced the chill and provided a zone of relative warmth. The calf's wet skin needed to dry quickly to prevent dangerous heat loss, and the mother would use her trunk to help clear fluids and stimulate the newborn's circulation. Within the first hour of life, the calf would attempt to stand, a process that involved multiple attempts, wobbly legs, and persistent effort. The drive to stand came from deep instinct, because a mammoth that couldn't stand couldn't nurse, couldn't walk with the herd, and couldn't survive. The calf's legs, though seemingly too long and unstable for the body they supported, were already equipped with the basic structure they would need for a lifetime of walking. The joints, tendons, and muscles just needed to learn how to coordinate, how to respond to the brain's commands, and how to maintain balance on uneven ground. The first successful standing was followed quickly by the search for milk. The mother's mammary glands were located between her front legs, positioned so that the calf could nurse while both animals stood. This arrangement allowed for feeding even while the herd was moving slowly, an important adaptation for animals whose survival often depended on continuous, gradual migration. The milk itself was rich in fat and nutrients, providing not just calories, but also the building blocks for rapid growth and, critically, for developing the insulating layers of fat that would become essential for cold tolerance. During these earliest days and weeks, the calf's world was defined almost entirely by proximity. The herd moved as a cohesive unit, with calves remaining close to their mothers and surrounded by other adults who functioned as aunts, sisters, and protective guardians. This social structure wasn't just about protection from predators. It was about heat management, learning, and the transmission of knowledge. Young calves could observe how adults selected feeding sites, how they used their trunks to manipulate vegetation, how they responded to changes in weather, and where they chose to rest during different parts of the day. The mammoth's trunk deserves particular attention, because it was perhaps the most remarkable tool in the animal kingdom, a fusion of nose and upper lip that had evolved into an appendage of extraordinary sensitivity and versatility. For a young calf, learning to use the trunk was a gradual process that occupied much of the first year of life. Initially, the trunk seemed almost to get in the way, flopping about without much purpose while the calf nursed and walked. But through trial and error, through observation of adults, and through the simple passage of time, allowing neural pathways to mature, the calf began to discover what the trunk could do. The trunk contained no bones, but was instead composed of an intricate network of muscles, approximately 40,000 individual muscle units working in coordination. This gave it an almost infinite range of motion and a delicacy of control that allowed mammoths to pluck a single blade of grass or lift a heavy log with equal ease. The tip of the trunk featured finger-like projections that could grasp and manipulate objects with surprising precision. For a young mammoth, the trunk became a tool for exploring the world, touching ice to understand its temperature and texture, feeling the wind to gauge its strength and direction, investigating new plants to assess their edibility, and maintaining physical contact with herd members for reassurance and social bonding. Feeding, once the calf began to supplement nursing with vegetation, became the dominant activity of daily life. Mammoths were herbivores with enormous caloric needs. An adult could consume upward of 300 pounds of plant material in a single day during the growing season. This meant that feeding wasn't a discrete event that happened at specific times, but rather an ongoing process that occupied most of the daylight hours and continued, to some extent, even at night. The herd would move slowly across the landscape, each individual grazing as they went, creating a pattern of movement that was measured in miles per day rather than miles per hour. The types of plants that mammoths ate varied with the season and location, but the foundation of their diet consisted of grasses, sedges, and other herbaceous plants that grew low to the ground. These plants weren't particularly nutritious on a per-bite basis, which meant that mammoths had to process enormous volumes to meet their energy needs. Their teeth were specially adapted for this task, large, ridged molars that worked like grinding plates to break down tough, fibrous plant material. Unlike human teeth, which are permanent once the adult set comes in, mammoths had a conveyor belt system of tooth replacement. New molars would form at the back of the jaw and gradually move forward as the front teeth wore down and were eventually shed. Over a lifetime, a mammoth would go through 6 sets of molars, with the final set needing to last through old age. The physical mechanics of eating involved more than just the mouth and teeth. The trunk pulled up grasses and other plants, sometimes in large clumps if the vegetation was dense, other times selecting individual plants with care. The trunk would transfer this material to the mouth, where the tongue and cheek muscles worked with the grinding teeth to begin the digestive process. Like modern elephants, mammoths were not particularly efficient digesters. Much of what they ate passed through their system without being fully broken down. This inefficiency was compensated for by sheer volume. They simply ate vast quantities, extracting enough nutrition to fuel their massive bodies through the portion they could digest. As the seasons changed, so did the herd's feeding strategies and locations. During the warmer months, when sunlight lasted longer and stimulated plant growth, the tundra became relatively lush. This was the time of plenty, when mammoths could afford to be somewhat selective about what they ate, choosing the most nutritious plants and leaving the tougher, less palatable options. The herd would spread out more during these months, with individuals sometimes grazing several body lengths apart, loosening the tight formation that characterized colder times. Calves had more freedom to explore during this season, wandering farther from their mothers while still remaining within the general safety zone created by the herd's presence. This looser formation during good weather served multiple purposes. It reduced competition for the best feeding spots, allowed individuals to follow their own preferences and needs, and gave younger animals space to practice the skills they would need as adults. However, even during these dispersed periods, the herd maintained awareness of each member's location through vocalizations, scent, and visual contact. Mammoths could produce a range of sounds, from low-frequency rumbles that could travel for miles across open terrain to higher-pitched calls used for closer communication. These sounds helped coordinate movement, signal alarm, or simply maintain the social bonds that held the group together. When winter arrived, the transformation of both landscape and herd behavior was gradual but profound. The first changes were subtle: cooler nights, shorter days, and a slowing in the rate of plant growth. As autumn progressed, the available vegetation became less abundant and less nutritious, having completed its growing cycle and begun to dry and wither. Mammoths responded by adjusting their feeding patterns, spending more time seeking out the plants that retained the most food value, and beginning to use their trunks and feet to access vegetation that was becoming buried under the season's first snows. Snow changed the landscape in ways both obvious and subtle. The visual transformation was dramatic, as the varied browns, greens, and grays of the tundra became covered in white. But the more significant impact was on access to food. Snow, even relatively shallow accumulations, could hide the low-growing plants that formed the bulk of the mammoth diet. Mammoths dealt with this challenge through a combination of techniques that likely varied by individual preference and local conditions. They could use their trunks to sweep snow aside, revealing the vegetation underneath. They could use their feet to paw through snow, much like modern horses and bison do when seeking winter forage. And they possessed the ability to sense, perhaps through smell or through subtle visual cues, where the best feeding opportunities lay beneath the snow cover. The cold of winter, while persistent, was something mammoths were supremely well adapted to handle. Their most visible adaptation was their coat, which actually consisted of two distinct layers. The outer layer featured long guard hairs that could reach lengths of 3 feet or more, creating a shaggy appearance that helped define the mammoth's iconic silhouette. These guard hairs were relatively coarse and served primarily to shed snow and water, keeping the inner coat dry. Beneath the guard hairs lay a much denser layer of fine, soft fur that provided the actual insulation. This underfur was so densely packed that it created an effective barrier against heat loss, trapping warm air close to the skin and preventing the cold air from penetrating to the body's surface. But the coat was only one element of the mammoth's cold adaptation. Equally important was the layer of fat that mammoths accumulated beneath their skin, particularly during the late summer and autumn when food was most abundant. This subcutaneous fat served multiple functions. It provided additional insulation. It stored energy that could be metabolized during the leaner winter months, and it gave the mammoth's body a more rounded, less angular profile that minimized surface area relative to volume, thereby reducing heat loss. On the mammoth's upper back, this fat could accumulate into a pronounced hump, creating a reserve of energy that the animal could draw upon when food became scarce, or when the energy costs of staying warm exceeded what could be obtained from daily feeding. The mammoth's ears and tail also showed clear adaptations to cold weather. Unlike the large, fan-like ears of modern African elephants, which serve to dissipate excess heat in hot climates, mammoth ears were relatively small and covered in fur. This reduced surface area meant less heat loss from these extremities. Similarly, the tail was much shorter than that of tropical elephants, again minimizing the body parts exposed to cold air. Even the trunk, which couldn't be shortened without losing functionality, had adaptations in the form of specialized oil glands that kept the skin from cracking in the dry, cold air. As winter deepened and the herd tightened its formation, the social dynamics of mammoth life became even more important. Bodies positioned closer together provided mutual warmth, with calves often standing directly beneath larger adults to take advantage of the heat radiating from those massive bodies. The herd's movement became more deliberate during this season, with less wandering and more focused travel along routes that led to known feeding areas or sheltered valleys where the wind was less fierce. These routes represented accumulated knowledge, not written or spoken, but encoded in memory and behavior, passed from older animals to younger ones through observation and repetition. Migration, for mammoths, wasn't a single annual journey from one place to another, in the manner of some bird species. Instead, it was a more fluid pattern of movement that responded to the changing availability of resources throughout the year. In general terms, mammoths tended to move to higher, more exposed areas during the warmer months when these locations offered fresh plant growth and fewer biting insects, then gradually shift to lower, more sheltered terrain as winter approached. But the exact routes, timing, and destinations varied based on local conditions, weather patterns in a given year, and the specific knowledge held by the herd's more experienced members. The concept of the herd following ancient paths is more than poetic imagery. It reflects a real aspect of how memory and learning function in long-lived social animals. Adult mammoths who had lived for decades carried mental maps of vast territories, knowing where water could be found even in dry years, where certain valleys offered protection from prevailing winds, where river crossings became feasible as water levels changed, and which routes avoided the most treacherous terrain. This knowledge wasn't instinctive in the sense of being genetically hardwired. Rather, it was learned through experience and observation, making each older mammoth a repository of survival information crucial to the herd's success. The actual mechanics of migration were unspectacular by human standards, but perfectly suited to mammoth biology. The herd would move at a steady walking pace, typically covering somewhere between 5 and 15 miles in a day, though this varied considerably based on terrain, weather, and the need to spend time feeding. The pace was slow enough that calves could keep up without exhausting themselves, and adults could feed as they traveled, plucking vegetation along the route. This gradual movement created minimal stress on individual animals and allowed the herd to remain cohesive rather than becoming strung out over long distances. During migration, the herd's social structure became particularly visible. Experienced adult females typically led the way, not through any dramatic decision-making process, but simply by starting to move in a particular direction and having others follow. Young calves stayed close to their mothers, learning the routes through sheer repetition and observation. Adolescents occupied intermediate positions, old enough to not require constant supervision, but young enough to still benefit from proximity to adults. Older males, if present with the herd, often took up positions at the periphery, where they could serve as early warning systems for potential threats, while also having the freedom to move somewhat independently. The threats that mammoths faced varied by location and time period, but generally came from two main sources: predators and environmental hazards. Among predators, the primary concerns were large carnivores like cave lions, saber-toothed cats, and wolf packs. However, adult mammoths, due to their enormous size, thick hide, and defensive capabilities with their tusks, were largely immune to predation. The real targets were calves, sick or injured individuals, and occasionally elderly mammoths whose strength had declined. The herd's defensive response to predator presence was characterized by calm competence rather than panic. Adults would position themselves between the threat and vulnerable herd members, presenting an intimidating wall of massive bodies, long tusks, and potentially aggressive charges if the predator pressed too close. Environmental hazards could be equally challenging. Rivers swollen with seasonal runoff had to be crossed at points where the current wasn't too strong and the bottom wasn't too soft. Deep snow could make travel exhausting, forcing the herd to break trail through drifts that came up to their bellies. Sudden weather changes, while rare in the relatively stable Ice Age climate, could occasionally bring conditions that required the herd to seek immediate shelter or hunker down in place until the worst passed. Ice presented its own dangers, particularly in the form of frozen lakes or rivers where the ice might appear solid but could give way under a mammoth's weight, potentially trapping an individual in frigid water where survival time was measured in minutes. Through all these challenges, the mammoth's behavioral response remained remarkably consistent: measured assessment, collective action, and an apparent absence of the kind of panic that would waste energy and potentially scatter the herd. This calmness wasn't a conscious philosophical choice, but rather an evolved behavioral pattern that had been refined over hundreds of thousands of years. Individuals that panicked or made rash decisions were less likely to survive and reproduce, while those that maintained composure and followed established patterns were more likely to pass their genes and their behavioral tendencies to the next generation. As a young mammoth matured through its first several years, the rate of learning was remarkably high. By the age of 2 or 3, a calf had learned the basic geography of the herd's range, recognized the seasonal patterns of movement and feeding, and understood the fundamental social rules that governed interactions between herd members. These rules were rarely, if ever, enforced through violence. Instead, they operated through a system of gentle corrections, spatial positioning, and the subtle communication of expectations. A young mammoth that tried to feed in a spot where a higher-ranking individual was grazing would be deterred by nothing more than the adult's presence, and perhaps a slight shift of position or a soft vocalization. Physical confrontations, when they occurred at all, were typically limited to pushing matches between individuals of similar status and age, serving more to establish relative positions in the social hierarchy than to inflict actual harm. The spacing between individuals during feeding time reflected this social structure. Higher-ranking mammoths, typically older females, with calves, got first choice of the best feeding spots. Younger adults and adolescents took what was available, moving to new areas if the preferred spots were occupied. This system of priority access wasn't rigid. Circumstances could alter the normal hierarchy, and individual relationships within the herd created variations in the general pattern. But the overall effect was to minimize conflict and ensure that the most vulnerable and most important individuals, pregnant females and those with young calves, had adequate nutrition. By the time a mammoth reached adolescence, somewhere around age 8 to 12, its body had grown substantially, but hadn't yet reached full adult size. This intermediate phase was characterized by continued physical development, increasing independence, and particularly for males, the beginning of a gradual separation from the maternal herd. Female mammoths typically remained with their birth herd for life, becoming integrated into the social fabric and eventually raising their own calves within that familiar context. Males, however, faced a different trajectory. As they approached sexual maturity, they became increasingly peripheral to the herd, spending more time on the edges of the group and eventually drifting away to become solitary or to join loosely associated groups of other males. This dispersal of males served an important genetic function by reducing the likelihood of inbreeding and promoting genetic diversity across the population. Young males leaving their birth herd would encounter females from other herds during the breeding season, introducing new genetic combinations into those populations. The timing and completeness of male dispersal varied. Some left relatively early and completely, while others maintained loose associations with their birth herd for extended periods. The key point is that this separation was gradual and relatively peaceful, driven more by changing social dynamics and hormonal influences than by any dramatic expulsion. For females remaining with the herd, the transition to adulthood brought different changes. Physical maturity arrived at around age 10 to 15, at which point a female could conceive her first calf. However, successful reproduction required more than just physical capability. It also required adequate body condition, meaning sufficient fat reserves to support the enormous energetic costs of pregnancy and lactation. In lean years, even physically mature females might not reproduce, their bodies instead prioritizing survival over reproduction. This flexible reproductive strategy helped mammoth populations persist through variable environmental conditions, ramping up reproduction when resources were abundant and scaling it back during harder times. Pregnancy in mammoths lasted approximately 22 months, nearly 2 years from conception to birth. This extraordinarily long gestation period was necessary to produce a calf that was sufficiently developed to survive the harsh conditions it would face immediately upon birth. A newborn mammoth weighed around 200 pounds and stood roughly 3 feet tall at the shoulder, already a substantial animal by most standards, though small compared to its mother. The long pregnancy also meant that female mammoths could produce, at most, 1 calf every 3 to 4 years, even under ideal conditions. Combined with the long period of juvenile dependence, during which calves relied on their mothers for protection, guidance, and nutrition. This meant that each successful reproductive event represented a significant investment of time and resources. The actual birth process, while we can't observe it directly in mammoths, can be reasonably inferred from what we know about elephant births and mammoth biology. Labor would likely have lasted several hours, with the herd remaining in a relatively protected location during this vulnerable time. The calf would be born in a protective circle of adult bodies, reducing exposure to wind and providing immediate security. The mother would use her trunk to help clear the birth membranes and stimulate the newborn to breathe and stand. Other females in the herd, particularly those with their own calves or previous reproductive experience, would remain close, ready to assist if needed, and to provide additional protection for the vulnerable newborn. The first days and weeks of a calf's life were the most dangerous, with mortality rates highest during this period. Challenges included predation, harsh weather, difficulty nursing or keeping up with the herd, and various health issues that could arise despite the mother's care. Calves that survived these initial weeks had progressively better chances of reaching adulthood as they grew larger, more capable, and more knowledgeable about their environment. By the end of the first year, a calf would have doubled or tripled its birth weight, developed a full winter coat, and become a competent walker capable of keeping pace with the herd during daily movements and seasonal migrations. The bond between mother and calf was central to the young mammoth's survival and development. This relationship extended far beyond basic care, encompassing the teaching of skills, the transmission of knowledge about the landscape and its resources, and the provision of emotional security in a challenging environment. Mammoths, like modern elephants, appear to have been capable of forming strong emotional attachments, showing behaviors that suggested grief when herd members died, maintaining long-term social relationships with specific individuals, and displaying what can only be described as affection through physical contact, vocalizations, and coordinated activities. As an adult mammoth settled into the middle years of life, existence took on a quality of rhythmic repetition. Each year brought the same basic cycle: the gradual warming of spring and the expansion of feeding opportunities, the abundance of summer and the loosening of the herd structure, the cooling of autumn and the need to build fat reserves, the challenges of winter and the tightening of social bonds. Within each season, the daily pattern remained consistent: feeding, resting, moving, socializing, and maintaining the physical condition necessary to survive and potentially reproduce. The landscape itself became intimately familiar through this repetition. An adult mammoth would recognize specific features of the terrain: particular hills, distinctive rock formations, notable river bends, and favored feeding areas. These landmarks served as mental waypoints in the internal maps that guided seasonal movements. More subtly, the mammoth would develop a feel for the terrain, understanding how different types of ground affected walking, where certain soil conditions led to better plant growth, and how local topography influenced wind patterns and snow accumulation. This detailed environmental knowledge made the landscape feel less like an external space to traverse and more like a known territory to inhabit. Feeding, while it remained the primary daily activity throughout adulthood, became more efficient as animals gained experience. An adult mammoth developed preferences based on individual taste and experience, learning which plants provided the best nutrition at different times of the year, which ones could be safely ignored as offering little value, and which might be worth eating only when preferred options weren't available. The trunk's sensitivity allowed for sophisticated assessment of potential food. Texture could indicate toughness or freshness. Scent could reveal chemical composition, and even subtle variations in temperature might provide information about a plant's condition. During particularly challenging feeding conditions, such as when snow covered the ground or when summer drought had reduced plant growth, mammoths demonstrated problem-solving abilities in accessing nutrition. Archaeological evidence suggests they would use their tusks to break through ice to reach water, dig through snow and soil to access roots and tubers, and strip bark from shrubs and small trees when other food sources were scarce. These behaviors required not just physical capability, but also the cognitive ability to recognize a problem, conceive of a solution, and execute the necessary actions, a level of intelligence that places mammoths among the more cognitively sophisticated animals to have lived on Earth. The tusks themselves were remarkable structures that grew continuously throughout a mammoth's life, potentially reaching lengths of 15 feet or more in large males. These were actually enormously elongated incisor teeth, composed primarily of dentine and covered with a thin layer of enamel that wore away relatively quickly, leaving the dentine exposed. The tusks curved in complex patterns, sometimes forming spirals or other distinctive shapes, depending on how the animal used them and how they naturally grew. Beyond their practical utility in moving snow, digging, and manipulating objects, the tusks served as visual signals of age, health, and possibly status within social groups. Larger tusks required more resources to grow and maintain, so they demonstrated an individual's ability to thrive in challenging conditions. Social interactions during adulthood extended beyond the immediate concerns of feeding, migration, and reproduction. Mammoths appear to have engaged in various forms of social behavior that weren't strictly necessary for survival, but that strengthened bonds between individuals and maintained group cohesion. Physical contact was common, with herd members touching trunks in what seemed to be greeting behaviors, standing close together during rest periods, and engaging in what might be termed play among younger animals. Vocalizations served to coordinate activities, maintain contact when visibility was limited, and, potentially, to convey emotional states or intentions. The social structure of mammoth herds, based on comparisons with modern elephants and evidence from mammoth fossil sites, was almost certainly matriarchal. The oldest, most experienced females would have held the most influential positions, not through dominance in the aggressive sense, but through their accumulated knowledge, their calm presence, and the respect given by other herd members. These matriarchs would have been the repositories of crucial survival information: where to find water during dry spells, which routes were passable during different conditions, how to respond to various threats, and countless other details accumulated over decades of experience. The middle years of adulthood for females often involved not just raising their own calves, but also participating in the care of calves born to sisters, daughters, and other herd members. This alloparenting behavior helped distribute the enormous work of calf rearing among multiple individuals, improving the survival chances of all calves in the herd. A mother dealing with a difficult birth or an illness could rely on other females to help protect and even nurse her calf. This cooperative breeding system was another factor that contributed to mammoth success, as it meant that reproductive success was tied not just to individual capability, but to the strength and cohesion of the entire social group. For males living outside the female herds, life took on different rhythms. Solitary males or those in loose bachelor groups had more freedom to move independently, following their own priorities rather than coordinating with a larger group. This lifestyle had both advantages and disadvantages. On one hand, a solitary male didn't have to compete for food or adjust his pace to match slower-moving calves. He could exploit resources more opportunistically, staying in one area as long as it remained productive and moving on quickly when conditions changed. On the other hand, a solitary animal lacked the protection and collective knowledge of a herd, making him potentially more vulnerable to predators and environmental hazards, and missing out on the social interactions that seemed to be important to mammoth well-being. Breeding for males involved seeking out female herds during the appropriate season, which varied by location, but generally aligned with times when food would be most abundant for pregnant and nursing females. Males approaching reproductive maturity, around age 25 to 30, would enter a physiological state called musth, characterized by heightened hormone levels, increased aggression toward other males, and strong motivation to seek out receptive females. During musth, males would travel widely, following scent cues to locate female herds and competing with other males for mating opportunities. These competitions could involve impressive displays of size and strength, with males using their tusks to spar and push against each other, though serious injuries appear to have been relatively rare, as the objective was to establish dominance rather than to kill. After successful mating, males would typically leave the female herd and return to their solitary or bachelor group existence. The entire burden of pregnancy, birth, and calf rearing fell on the females and their supporting herd structure. This reproductive strategy, while it might seem unfair by human standards, was highly effective from an evolutionary perspective. It allowed males to potentially father multiple offspring across different herds, while females could focus their energy on successfully raising the calves they produced, supported by the stable social structure of the maternal herd. The long reproductive cycle of mammoths, with multi-year pregnancies, extended periods of calf dependency, and relatively late sexual maturity, meant that population growth was necessarily slow. Mammoth populations couldn't bounce back quickly from catastrophic events the way faster reproducing species could. This characteristic would eventually contribute to their vulnerability when conditions changed rapidly at the end of the Ice Age. But during the stable conditions of the late Pleistocene, it served them well, maintaining populations at sustainable levels relative to available resources. As the Ice Age progressed through its long cycles, the environment that mammoths inhabited underwent changes operating on timescales ranging from decades to millennia. These changes were driven primarily by variations in Earth's orbit and axial tilt, which affected how much solar radiation different parts of the planet received during different seasons. When these orbital parameters favored ice accumulation, glaciers expanded, sea levels dropped, and the climate became colder and drier. When they favored ice melting, the opposite occurred. For mammoths, these gradual climate shifts meant adjustments to migration routes, changes in the types and abundance of available vegetation, and sometimes expansion or contraction of their geographic range. The mammoth steppe ecosystem, as paleontologists call the Ice Age grassland that stretched across northern Eurasia and into North America, was itself a product of these climate conditions. Cold, dry air promoted the growth of grasses and inhibited tree growth, maintaining the open landscape that mammoths and many other large herbivores depended on. As long as these conditions persisted, the ecosystem remained relatively stable, supporting high densities of large animals whose grazing and trampling actually helped maintain the grassland character of the landscape. This was a true coevolutionary system, where the animals and the vegetation shaped each other over thousands of generations. Within this broadly stable system, shorter-term variations still occurred. Some winters were harsher than others, some summers wetter or drier, some years with more plant growth, and others with less. Mammoths navigated these variations through behavioral flexibility rather than genetic change. In years when snow depth made feeding difficult, they would spend more time in wind-swept areas where snow cover was thinner, or they would increase their use of woody browse from shrubs and trees. In years when water sources were scarce, they would adjust their migration routes to pass through areas where permanent water holes existed, or they would dig in dry stream beds to access groundwater. The presence of humans in the mammoth's world began to increase significantly around 40,000 years ago, though humans and mammoths had coexisted in some regions for much longer. For most of this period, humans were simply another element of the landscape, another predator, albeit one with unusual capabilities. Early human groups hunted mammoths opportunistically, taking advantage of individuals that had died naturally or that could be separated from the herd and killed with coordinated spear attacks. The impact of this hunting on mammoth populations was probably minimal during most of the Ice Age, as human populations were small and mammoths were abundant across vast territories. From the mammoth's perspective, humans would have been recognizable as a potential threat, but not necessarily the dominant concern they would later become. A herd that spotted a group of humans at a distance might alter course to maintain separation, or it might simply continue with its normal activities if the humans didn't appear to be approaching aggressively. The key point is that humans were part of a complex landscape that included multiple potential dangers, and mammoths had evolved behavioral strategies, vigilance, herd cohesion, protective positioning of vulnerable members that served them well against various threats without requiring specific adaptations to any single one. As individual mammoths aged beyond their prime adult years, the changes were gradual and subtle at first. A mammoth in its 40s might still appear robust and capable, but close observation would reveal slightly slower movements, longer rest periods, and a tendency to choose easier paths when the herd was traveling. The body's repair and maintenance systems, which had functioned efficiently for decades, began to work less perfectly. Injuries took longer to heal. Fat reserves became harder to maintain during winter, and the gut's ability to extract nutrition from food gradually declined. These weren't dramatic changes, but rather a slow accumulation of small decrements that collectively constituted aging. By the 50s and beyond, these changes became more pronounced. An elderly mammoth's tusks would show extensive wear, sometimes broken or damaged from decades of use. The final set of molar teeth would be wearing down, and as they did, feeding became progressively more difficult and less efficient. The coat, while still providing insulation, might appear less sleek and full, with patches of wear or damage that no longer regenerated as completely. Movement became more deliberate and cautious, with a preference for flatter terrain and a reluctance to ford rivers or climb steep slopes that would have been navigated easily in younger years. The herd's accommodation of elderly members reflected the value that mammoth society placed on experience and the bonds between individuals. Rather than abandoning animals who slowed down, the herd adjusted its pace, taking more frequent rest breaks and spending longer periods in areas with good feeding. This behavior was probably reinforced by the fact that elderly mammoths, particularly females, still carried valuable knowledge about the landscape, weather patterns, and survival strategies. A matriarch who had lived for 60 or more years had experienced every type of environmental variation the region could offer, and her calm presence and informed decision-making during crises could be crucial to the herd's survival. There likely came a point, however, when an elderly mammoth could no longer keep up with even the herd's adjusted pace, or when feeding became so difficult that maintaining body weight was impossible. As this happened, the individual would spend more time resting, gradually eating less, and slowly weakening. The end, when it came, was probably quiet, a time when the old mammoth simply lay down to rest and didn't rise again. The body's systems, strained beyond their capacity to maintain basic functions, would shut down gradually, circulation slowing, breathing becoming shallower, awareness fading into unconsciousness, and then cessation. The herd's response to death appears to have been one of recognition and what might be termed mourning. Based on observations of modern elephants and some archaeological evidence from mammoth sites, other herd members might stay with the body for a period, touching it with their trunks, making vocalizations, and showing what appeared to be reluctance to leave. Eventually, however, the practical demands of survival would require the herd to move on, leaving the body to the landscape and the scavengers that would process it back into the ecosystem. The death of a mammoth returned an enormous quantity of organic matter to the environment. The body, weighing several tons, represented years of accumulated nutrients that would now be recycled. Scavengers, from large predators to ravens to insects, would feed on the soft tissues. Bones would be scattered by animals seeking minerals. Over years and decades, even the massive bones would break down, weathered by freeze-thaw cycles, dissolved by acidic soils, and fragmented by the trampling of other large animals. In some cases, particularly when death occurred in wetlands or other preserving environments, the remains might be buried in sediment and begin the long process of fossilization. eventually becoming the mammoth bones and tusks that modern humans would discover tens of thousands of years later. For the individual mammoth, death marked the end of a life that had spanned decades of seasons, migrations, and experiences. For the species, each death and each birth was part of a continuous cycle that had persisted for hundreds of thousands of years, with mammoths appearing in the fossil record around 400,000 years ago and surviving in various forms and locations until roughly 4,000 years ago, when the last isolated populations finally disappeared. During the peak of the Ice Age, mammoths were among the most successful large mammals on the planet, with populations numbering in the millions and ranges extending across entire continents. To understand the full scale of mammoth life, we need to step back and consider the broader temporal and spatial context. The Ice Age itself was not a single period, but rather a series of glacial and interglacial cycles stretching back millions of years. Mammoths evolved during this dynamic period, developing the adaptations that allowed them to thrive in cold conditions. Different mammoth species occupied different geographic ranges and time periods. The steppe mammoth, the Columbian mammoth in North America, the woolly mammoth across the northern latitudes, and the dwarf mammoths that evolved on isolated islands. The woolly mammoth, the species we most commonly envision, was supremely adapted to the cold, dry conditions of the mammoth steppe. Its range extended from Spain in the west to North America in the east, spanning the entirety of northern Eurasia and crossing the Bering Land Bridge that connected Asia and North America during periods of low sea level. This enormous range encompassed tremendous variation in local conditions, and mammoths showed corresponding variation in their specific adaptations and behaviors. Northern populations tended to be slightly larger and more heavily furred than southern populations. Some populations migrated long distances seasonally, while others occupied more restricted ranges where resources were reliably available year-round. The mammoth steppe ecosystem was extraordinarily productive during the Ice Age, supporting not just mammoths, but also woolly rhinoceroses, bison, horses, reindeer, musk oxen, and numerous other large herbivores, along with the predators that fed on them. This high productivity was possible because the combination of cold temperatures, relatively low snowfall in many regions, and continuous grazing prevented the establishment of forests and maintained the grassland character of the landscape. Grasses, in turn, could support high densities of large herbivores because of their ability to regrow after grazing and their high nutritional value during the growing season. The interconnectedness of this ecosystem meant that mammoths were not isolated creatures, but rather key participants in a complex web of relationships. Their feeding patterns influenced which plants dominated different areas. Their trampling affected soil compaction and seed dispersal. Their dung provided nutrients and transport for seeds, fungi, and invertebrates. Their bodies, both living and dead, provided resources for numerous other organisms, from the parasites and symbionts that lived on and in them to the scavengers that fed on their remains. In a very real sense, mammoths helped create the world they lived in, shaping the landscape through their presence and activities. As the climate began to change at the end of the Pleistocene, around 15,000 to 10,000 years ago, the stable conditions that had supported the mammoth steppe began to break down, Temperatures rose, precipitation patterns changed, and the growing season lengthened in many areas. These shifts favored the growth of trees and shrubs over grasses, gradually transforming the open steppe into forest and wetland. For mammoths, this environmental transformation was catastrophic, though it occurred over thousands of years rather than all at once. The gradual replacement of grassland with forest meant less available food, fragmentation of populations as suitable habitat became patchier, and increasing difficulty in accessing the open spaces they required. Simultaneously, human populations were growing, becoming more technologically sophisticated, and developing more efficient hunting strategies. The combination of environmental stress and increased human pressure created a perfect storm that most mammoth populations couldn't survive. Some populations persisted longer than others, particularly in the far north, where conditions remained cold and relatively stable for longer periods. The last mainland mammoths disappeared around 10,000 years ago, but isolated populations on Arctic islands survived much longer, with the final mammoths on Wrangel Island living until around 4,000 years ago, contemporary with the ancient Egyptian pyramids. The extinction of mammoths represents one of the great losses of the Ice Age. Megafauna, a suite of large animals that had dominated terrestrial ecosystems for hundreds of thousands of years. The debate about the relative contributions of climate change versus human hunting to this extinction continues among scientists, with evidence suggesting that the answer likely varies by species, location, and time period. What seems clear is that mammoths, for all their remarkable adaptations and behavioral sophistication, couldn't cope with the combination of rapid environmental change and a new, highly intelligent predator operating at unprecedented scales. Yet, for hundreds of thousands of years before their extinction, mammoths were one of the great success stories of large mammal evolution. They thrived across an enormous geographic range, survived multiple glacial cycles, and successfully competed with numerous other species for resources. Their adaptations, the fur, the fat, the trunk, the social structure, the behavioral flexibility, represented the culmination of hundreds of thousands of years of evolution, fine-tuning an organism to match its environment. The fact that they eventually succumbed to changes beyond their ability to adapt doesn't diminish the remarkable achievement of their long persistence and widespread success. For a mammoth living during the stable period of the Ice Age, life was not a struggle in the dramatic sense, but rather a steady negotiation with a demanding but predictable environment. The cold was constant but manageable. Food required effort to obtain, but was reliably available for those who knew where to look and were willing to work for it. Threats existed, but could be mitigated through vigilance, cooperation, and the wisdom encoded in herd behavior and memory. The overall impression is of a life that was challenging but sustainable, difficult but not desperate, active but not frantic. In imagining the subjective experience of a mammoth, we must be cautious about anthropomorphizing or projecting human emotions and concerns onto an animal with a fundamentally different neurology and existence. Yet mammoths were intelligent, social animals with complex behaviors and long-term memories. It seems reasonable to suggest that a mammoth might have experienced something akin to contentment when feeding in a productive meadow on a calm day, surrounded by familiar herd members. There might have been something like satisfaction in the rhythmic work of feeding, the steady motion of walking, the deep comfort of resting with the herd after a long day. Even if these weren't emotions in the human sense, they were states of being that represented the animal functioning well within its environment, its needs being met, its life unfolding as evolution had prepared it to unfold. The cycle of seasons would have been familiar and, in its own way, comforting. The challenges of each season were known quantities, met with tried and tested strategies. Spring brought new growth and loosening ice. Summer offered abundance and long daylight. Autumn demanded preparation and the building of reserves. Winter required patience, careful resource use, and the tight bonds of the herd. Round and round this cycle turned year after year, generation after generation, with each mammoth living its part in the larger pattern. Within this repeating cycle, individual lives unfolded in their unique ways. Each mammoth had its own experiences, its own relationships, its own subtle variations in how it responded to common situations. Some individuals might have been bolder in exploring new areas, while others preferred the safety of familiar territory. Some might have been more socially connected, with many close bonds within the herd, while others maintained more independence. These individual differences, operating within the broad framework of mammoth biology and behavior, added richness and variation to the species' overall pattern of existence. The knowledge that mammoths carried, both instinctive and learned, was remarkable in its scope and detail. From birth, a calf began absorbing information about its world, the sound of its mother's calls, the scent of herd members, the taste of milk, and later of various plants, the feel of different terrains underfoot, the sight of landmarks and the broader landscape. This learning continued throughout life, with experience layering upon experience, to create a deeply sophisticated understanding of the environment and how to survive within it. An elderly mammoth possessed knowledge about feeding strategies, migration routes, water sources, weather patterns, social dynamics, predator behavior, and countless other topics relevant to survival. An accumulated wisdom earned through decades of direct experience. This knowledge wasn't stored in books or transmitted through language, but it was nonetheless real and powerful. It existed in the neural networks of the mammoth brain, in the patterns of behavior that had been reinforced through repetition, in the social traditions that were passed from older animals to younger, through observation and imitation. When a mammoth died, this knowledge died with it, except for the parts that had been successfully transmitted to the next generation. This made the loss of elderly individuals, particularly experienced matriarchs, a genuine loss to the herd's collective capability. The landscape that mammoths inhabited was not static scenery, but rather a dynamic system that they were part of, and that responded to their presence. The paths that herds followed year after year became established trails, compressed and maintained by thousands of mammoth feet. Feeding areas were kept open by constant grazing, preventing shrub and tree encroachment. Water sources were maintained and sometimes excavated by mammoths digging for water during dry periods. In a very real sense, mammoths were ecosystem engineers, shaping their environment in ways that created the conditions they needed to thrive, which in turn supported them in maintaining those conditions. As we consider the full arc of mammoth existence, from the tentative first steps of a newborn calf to the final rest of an elderly individual, we see a life strategy built on patience, persistence, and the power of accumulated knowledge. Mammoths didn't survive through speed, aggression, or rapid reproduction. They survived through being superbly adapted to specific conditions, through maintaining strong social bonds that allowed for collective success, and through behavioral flexibility that let them adjust to variation within the parameters of their fundamental adaptations. The rhythm of mammoth life was slow by human standards. Changes occurred gradually. Skills were learned over years rather than days. Relationships developed over decades. The landscape transformed across millennia. This slowness wasn't a limitation, but rather an adaptation itself, matching the pace at which their environment changed and allowing for the kind of deep, thorough mastery of local conditions that supported long-term survival. In a world where winter was predictable and resources were distributed across vast territories, there was no advantage to rushing and considerable advantage to steady, sustainable patterns of activity. Rest in the mammoth's life was as important as activity. After hours of feeding and traveling, the herd would settle into rest periods, with individuals standing or lying down depending on their age, condition, and preference. Sleep for mammals of this size was necessarily light and intermittent, as the body's enormous mass required constant physiological management, and the risks of deep sleep in a dangerous environment were too high. But these rest periods allowed for physical recovery, for digestive processes to work on the vast quantities of plant material consumed, and for the simple cessation of effort that every living thing requires. During rest periods, social bonding activities might increase. Mammoths standing or lying close together, trunks occasionally touching in gentle contact, vocalizations exchanged at low volume. These were the quiet moments that strengthened the social fabric of the herd. Young calves might engage in play, testing their growing strength and coordination through mock sparring or exploratory wandering under the watchful eyes of adults. These interludes of rest and social connection were woven throughout each day, punctuating the primary activities of feeding and traveling. The sounds of the mammoth world would have been distinctive. The low rumbles of communication between individuals, sometimes at frequencies below human hearing, the rhythmic sounds of chewing and breathing, the crack of breaking ice or wood as tusks were employed, the soft thuds of massive feet on various surfaces, the whistle of wind through long guard hairs, the subtle sounds of a herd in motion, coordinated but not silent. These were the ordinary sounds that filled a mammoth's days, the acoustic landscape as familiar as the visual one. Scent was another crucial sensory modality for mammoths, though one we humans can hardly imagine with our limited olfactory capabilities. The trunk, in addition to its mechanical functions, served as an extraordinarily sensitive scent detection organ. Mammoths could likely detect water from miles away, identify individual herd members by scent, assess the reproductive status of potential mates, detect predators before seeing them, and gather information about their environment through chemical cues we would never notice. This constant stream of scent information would have provided a rich, detailed understanding of the immediate surroundings and changes occurring within them. Touch, too, was important beyond its practical applications. The trunk's sensitivity allowed for delicate exploration and interaction. Physical contact between herd members, standing close, trunks touching, calves pressing against, adults, served social and emotional functions in addition to practical ones like heat sharing, grooming behaviors, using the trunk to remove parasites or debris from another individual would have strengthened bonds while serving the practical purpose of maintaining health and comfort. These tactile interactions were part of the everyday texture of social life. Vision in mammoths was probably good, though not exceptional by mammalian standards. The eyes, positioned on the sides of the head, provided a wide field of view that helped detect predators and maintain awareness of herd members' positions. Color vision, if present, would have been useful in assessing plant quality and perhaps in social signaling. The ability to perceive motion was probably well developed, allowing quick detection of approaching threats or straying calves. While vision wasn't the dominant sense the way it is for humans, it was nonetheless an important component of how mammoths perceived and navigated their world. The integration of all these senses, sight, sound, scent, touch, and taste, created a unified perceptual experience that guided behavior and decision-making. A mammoth feeding in a meadow wasn't just mechanically consuming plants, it was simultaneously monitoring the herd's position through sound and peripheral vision, sampling the air for scent information about weather and potential threats, feeling the texture and temperature of plants with its trunk, and tasting what it consumed to assess nutritional value. This constant multisensory monitoring created a richly detailed awareness of the environment that allowed for appropriate responses to changing conditions. Weather, as experienced by a mammoth, was less about daily variations and more about seasonal patterns and occasional extreme events. The daily temperature fluctuations that humans notice were largely irrelevant to animals insulated by fur and fat. What mattered was the broader pattern, whether precipitation was falling as rain or snow, whether wind was strong enough to increase heat loss, whether visibility was reduced by fog or blowing snow, whether ice was forming on water sources. Mammoths responded to these weather patterns behaviorally, seeking shelter when conditions became severe, adjusting travel plans based on ground conditions and timing activities to take advantage of favorable weather windows. The sky above was part of the mammoth's environment in ways both practical and irrelevant. The sun's position helped orient daily and seasonal patterns, with the long summer days of the Arctic allowing for extended feeding periods and the long winter nights requiring rest and energy conservation. The moon and stars might have provided orientation during nighttime travel, though mammoths probably relied more on familiarity with terrain than on celestial navigation. Clouds, wind, and atmospheric conditions provided cues about coming weather changes, though whether mammoths could interpret these cues or simply responded to the changes as they occurred is unclear. The seasonal extremes of the Ice Age Arctic, midnight sun in summer and midday twilight in winter, created dramatically different conditions for activity and rest. During the brief Arctic summer, mammoths could feed almost continuously, taking advantage of the explosive plant growth stimulated by round-the-clock daylight. This was the time for building fat reserves, for growing, for calves to develop strength before winter arrived. During the long Arctic winter, the reduced daylight meant less feeding time and slower digestion, making efficiency and careful energy management critical for survival. The herd's daily rhythm would adjust to these seasonal extremes, remaining flexible while maintaining the basic patterns of feeding, resting, and social interaction. As we draw this exploration of mammoth life toward its close, we return to the fundamental observation that dominated their existence: steadiness. Mammoths were not dramatic creatures, despite their impressive size and iconic appearance. Their lives were characterized by routine, repetition, and the patient application of tried strategies to familiar challenges. This steadiness was their strength, allowing them to persist through countless generations in an environment that was challenging but consistent in its challenges. The individual mammoth, whose life we've traced from birth to death, represents just one thread in an enormous tapestry of mammoth existence stretching across hundreds of thousands of years and millions of individual lives. Each of those lives had its own particular circumstances, its own successes and failures, its own trajectory through the stages of development, maturity, reproduction, and aging. Yet all shared the fundamental patterns we've explored: the importance of the herd, the rhythm of seasons, the central role of feeding, the gradual accumulation of knowledge, and the eventual return to the landscape from which they came. In the quiet darkness of rest, after a day of steady feeding and gentle movement across familiar terrain, a mammoth would stand with its herd, surrounded by the warmth of other massive bodies, the soft sounds of breathing, and occasional vocalizations, the scent of fur and grass and cold air. There was safety in this closeness, comfort in the familiar routine, and a kind of rightness in the match between the animal's capabilities and the demands of its environment. This was a life lived at the appropriate pace for the conditions, neither rushed nor delayed, simply unfolding as generations of evolution had prepared it to unfold. For a human listening to this account while drifting toward sleep, there might be something comforting in contemplating the mammoth's existence. Life reduced to its essentials: food, shelter, social connection, movement through space and time, rest when tired, activity when rested. The mammoth didn't worry about past or future, didn't question its choices, didn't lie awake, troubled by abstract concerns. It simply lived, adapted, and eventually died, participating in cycles far larger and older than any individual life. There's a simplicity to this that can feel restful to contemplate. The mammoth moved through its world with the patience born of evolutionary time, shaped by hundreds of thousands of years of selection for the traits and behaviors that worked in Ice Age conditions. Every aspect of its biology made sense in context: the fur for insulation, the fat for energy storage, the trunk for manipulation and sensing, the social structure for protection and knowledge transmission, the slow reproduction for stable populations, the long lifespan for accumulating experience. Nothing was random. Everything fit together into a coherent whole, adapted to a specific way of life. In the end, the mammoth's story is one of belonging, belonging to a herd, belonging to a landscape, belonging to a particular moment in Earth's long history. For the hundreds of thousands of years that conditions supported their way of life, mammoths were supremely successful, living lives that worked, that persisted, that mattered in the grand scheme of ecosystem function and evolutionary time. That these conditions eventually changed and mammoths could not adapt quickly enough doesn't diminish the significance of those long millennia of successful existence. As snow falls gently on an ice age landscape, covering the endless tundra in fresh white, a mammoth herd moves slowly through the gathering darkness. Breath fogs and fades, feet compress snow with steady rhythm. Bodies maintain warmth through fur and fat and the simple presence of each other. The wind carries cold across open ground, and the herd walks on, patient and persistent, following routes known through repetition, seeking food and shelter and the continuation of patterns older than memory. This is how it was, season after season, year after year, across vast distances and long time, until eventually it wasn't any more. But for now, in this imagined moment, the herd continues, and the mammoth's life unfolds in its ancient rhythm, neither hurried nor hesitant, simply present in the cold and the darkness and the familiar comfort of movement and rest. The day ends as it began, with feeding and walking, and the quiet maintenance of life in challenging conditions. Tomorrow will bring more of the same, and the day after that, and the day after that, in a pattern that has repeated countless times, and will repeat countless times more, until the long story, finally, gently, comes to rest. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.